So hold on to your anchors, folks. History just set sail again. Today at the Karwar Naval Base, the Indian Navy is inducting a 5th century stitched ship, handcrafted using traditional techniques inspired by the Ajanta cave art. Now this vessel, constructed with coconut coir stitching, wooden joinery and natural resins, marks a remarkable revival of India's ancient maritime heritage. The project, initiated through a tripartite agreement between the Indian Navy, the Ministry of Culture and Goa-based shipbuilding company Hodi Innovations, aims to retrace ancient trading routes. The ship is expected to embark on a historic voyage to Oman by the end of this year, reconnecting India to its rich maritime past. So, as the stitched ship sets sail, it's not just a journey across the seas, it is a voyage back in time.
So, as you know, India has one of the oldest maritime traditions anywhere in the world. So, people learn about the Phoenicians and so on. But in fact, Indians have been sailing out in the Indian Ocean for thousands of years, going back to the Bronze Age during the Harappa period. And since then, Indians were sailing everywhere. We sailed through Southeast Asia, we sailed all the way through to Korea and China on one side, and up the Red Sea all the way to Egypt on the other side. And yet, we don't seem to celebrate this maritime culture enough.
Right.
So, as you may know, I have been writing about this for a while. I have a book called The Ocean of Churn, which is specifically about our maritime history. So, as a part of this research, I began to look into what were the kinds of ships we were using to sail these places. And I discovered that Indians had a very particular sailing shipbuilding technique called the stitch ship technique, in which basically what they did is that instead of nailing a ship together, they would stitch it together. Literally, they would take planks, make holes along both edges and stitch them together. And this technique of building ships was used from very ancient times. We don't know exactly when, but certainly for very ancient times. And this continued to be used all the way through to when the Europeans turned up in the Indian Ocean 500 years ago. After that, it went into decline. And today it is done in a few villages. Using this technique is used for local small fishing boats, but certainly no longer used for ocean-going ships.
Right.
So the technique is basically almost forgotten. But my idea was that, why don't we try and build a ship using this stitching technique? And so I did some research. And what we have done here, we looked at what is the oldest credible information of ships that we have, of ocean-going ships, not to be confused with river boats, which are a totally different design.
Correct.
So there are depictions of Harappan river boats, and people try to extrapolate them to ocean-going ships. They are totally different designs. So the oldest one that we are 100% certain about is actually a Satvahana period coin.
Okay.
But that is from the 2nd century BC. But that, unfortunately, doesn't have enough detail. It's just a light sketch on a coin. So we looked around and we found that there was a reasonably good depiction of a 4th or 5th century 4th or 5th century AD ship in Ajanta.
Right.
It's a painting. And so we looked at that. We looked at some texts. There are some texts which mention them. There are some testimonies of foreign travelers who came to visit India. So all of this, putting it together, and some living traditions that have somehow just about survived till today. So all of those put together, we have then designed this ship, which, as you said, INSV Kaundinya, which was inducted into the Indian Navy today.
And now we was on to the another trending story from Karnataka. Video of heated exchange between an SBI staffer and a customer is trending on social media. It's a full-on debate, in fact, that is now unfolding on social media over this incident. Now, what really happened is that a State Bank of India manager staffer refused to speak in Kannada. She said that she'll speak only in Hindi. The video has become a hot issue and sparked fresh language row in the state. While the bank has taken action, it has transferred the employee. She also has issued an apology in Kannada later. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has also condemned the officials' conduct on social media platform X. We will just take a look at this video that's going viral.
Karnataka.
Not given me employment.
This is Karnataka, madam.
You have, okay, so this is India.
ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೈನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು
I will not speak Kannada first.
ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ
No.
ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ
Hindi.
ಯಾಕೆ ಹಿಂದಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಹಿಂದಿ.
ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೇಡಮ್
You just talk to my
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದು
SBI.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ
You just
ಇದು
talk
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
to my SBI chairman.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಮಾತಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಆರ್ ಬಿ ಐ ರೂಲ್ ಇದೆ ಆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಭಾಷೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದ ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ
ಸರ್ ನಮ್ ಜೊತೆ
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಕನ್ನಡನೇ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇರಿ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೀವು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರೇ ಇದು ಇದು SBI ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು ಚಂದಾಪುರದಲ್ಲಿರುವ SBI ಸೂರ್ಯ ಸಿಟಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾವು ಏನಿದ್ರು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ನಾವು ಒಂದಾಗ್ಲೇಬೇಕು SBI ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಲ್ಸೋಣ ಆಯ್ತು ನೋಡೋಣ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ನೀವು ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ನೀವು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀವು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನೀವು ಹಿಂದಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡ
I will never speak Kannada.
ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Now, BJP Sudha Alka is joining us on the broadcast. Ma'am, how do you see this entire incident? Because there's a full-blown debate that is going on. A lot of criticism also pouring in for the SBI staffer. Even Siddharamaiah has come forward and said that there should be action taken against her.
Yeah, a very good evening to all our viewers and you too. Let me make it very clear that my party has taken a stand 60 years back regarding national territorialism, and we, all of us, take all the Indians regarding their state and their regional language have their due respect. And Kannada, me being a Kannadiga, I would like to say that Kannada, along with Tamil, is one of the classical languages. And the employee, the SBI bank employee, should apologize in a serious note, and she has apologized. But let me tell you, this hooliganism will not be tolerated. Whosoever it may be. See, there should be some basic mannerism how to take care of their clients, and I tell that all the banks should give a minimum training of 1 month to all their employees to whichever state they are going to repute them to, so that they can communicate with the regional people over there. And it was one of the bylaws in the SBI bank also, they should know the regional language to whichever state they are posted. And language is not a barrier at all for me. I tell you, language is something which connects all of us, I feel. And you take it when it comes to Kumbh Mela. When it comes to Kumbh Mela, 60 crore people were there together and without any language barrier. So, and there was one IAS officer, Mr. Chiranjeev Singh. I think I should remember him on this occasion because he was IAS officer from Karnataka cadre, and he knew 12 languages, and he had written some books in Kannada also. This is how we all should respect every language, and basic mannerism should be there, and arrogancy with anybody should not be tolerated. And this is our party stand very clearly. It is from all of us over here.
Ms. Alka, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts on this trending story.
Thank you so much.
Focus to the other big story. The coronavirus is back to haunt us again. 164 COVID cases reported in the past 1 week. India, along with several other countries, is witnessing a worrying surge of coronavirus cases. JN.1 is the variant behind this latest surge in the cases. Most of the caseload is being witnessed in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Gujarat. Health authorities have also increased their vigilance in beginning the review of the situation. In fact, my colleague Ridhamanand Bharadwaj spoke to Dr. Vivek Nangia, head of pulmonology department at Max Healthcare, to answer all your questions on the issue. Listen in.
It can be very serious and fatal for people who have an underlying comorbidity like diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, cancer, old age, young children. So especially those need to take full precautions. And also that they should keep their diseases under control. Like if you have your diabetes, the diabetes should be under control with proper medication. If you have asthma, COPD, you should regularly take your inhalers and keep them under control. So it's very important to keep whatever comorbidity you have under proper controls so that your immune system is better able to handle this kind of a virus.
Dr. Nangia, what would your advice be? What is the best medicine to take to prevent COVID or to take during COVID, and what sort of food should be had during COVID?
So as far as medicine is concerned, there is no medicine that can prevent you from catching COVID except for staying healthy and keeping your immunity up. And as far as food is concerned, I guess best would be to keep yourself well hydrated, keep taking antioxidants. That is the best thing that you can do. And medicine, there is no specific medicine as of now available for this particular strain. We just have to watch the space and see if there are any other new medicines that come up. Of course, we still have our age-old remdesivir, Paxlovid, use of steroids, but those are only reserved for very high-risk cases, in only very selected cases, and not to be given to anybody and everybody. But I think the best prevention that one can do is that the day anybody acquires any kind of cold cough, which may just be like a simple flu, the best thing to do is to isolate yourself. Don't think that only if you test yourself positive for COVID would you isolate yourself. But even otherwise, even if it is a simple flu, why spread it to the others is my question. So I strongly believe that if I am to develop a cold and cough, I'd rather stay back at home for the next 2, 3, 5 days rather than spread it to the entire world. And then when my own illness becomes serious, then I'll end up in a hospital. So this is something that I think we should all strictly follow, along with the cough etiquettes, which are very, very essential.
Yes. One more question I wanted to ask you, Dr. Dangia. Vaccines. Are there any new dosages of vaccines that need to now be taken with this new surge in COVID cases?
No, not yet. In fact, even the previous vaccines have come into a lot of controversy and a lot of discussion and debates that are happening over that. So as of now, I don't think we have any vaccine that will cover this particular strain.
Do you think any vaccines that we had earlier taken would have helped us, or were they just something that was done? There was no trial. Were we just guinea pigs? What do you think about the vaccines that were actually taken at the time of COVID-19, Dr. Nangia?
No, so that time I think that was an essential move, and that did curtail a lot of spread of the infection and did protect a lot of lives. So I wouldn't doubt the utility of those vaccines at all, or their efficacy.
Do you think there are any, my last question here, Dr. Nangia, any symptoms that are particular to this new variant?
Nothing in particular really. It's the same as earlier: cough, cold, fever, sore throat, body aches, and some people are even losing their sense of taste and smell.
All right, Dr. Vivek Nangia, one of Delhi's best known pulmonologists, I would say, India's. Thank you for joining us, giving us those details, sir. It is something that India is going to be very watchful about, viewers, and we're going to take very good care to ensure COVID does not spread.
Focus now. NASA is hosting a homecoming home ceremony for its astronauts. 4 astronauts who recently returned from the International Space Station. The event will take place on the 22nd of May at 6 p.m. CDT at the Space Center, Houston, and will feature highlights from the astronauts' mission. Nick Hague, Sunita Williams, that is, Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit will share their experiences and recognize key contributors to their missions during the award ceremony. The event is free and open to the public. Now, Jennifer Lopez is facing lawsuits from a photographer and a paparazzi agency over her use of photos taken at a Hollywood party. The singer and actor posted pictures of herself on social media without obtaining permission, allegedly infringing on the copyrights held by photographer Edwin Blanco and Backgrid. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's hearing was heckled by a few protesters shouting, "Stop the genocide," before police bundled them out of the hearing room. Rubio was testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on the State Department's budget proposal when anti-Israel activities began. The incident has left the internet divided, with some condemning the protesters and others coming down heavily on Rubio. Mir Yar Baloch is honouring the late Sushma Swaraj, India's former foreign minister, for her solidarity in highlighting human rights abuses in Balochistan by the Pakistani army. He referenced a Balochi saying, and I quote, "The price of one glass of water is 100 years loyalty and friendship." Now, if there is anybody known to not mince his words, it's certainly Elon Musk. Hitting out at Bill Gates, Musk said that he would not want Bill Gates to babysit his kid. and called out Microsoft co-founder for his alleged links with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Musk called his fellow billionaire a huge liar. Now, this outburst comes after Bill Gates accused Musk of killing the world's poorest children by cutting down on US aid funding. Well, that's all we could pack in this edition of Trending. But on the other side, it's, of course, debate with Arnab Goswami at 8 p.m. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Frankly, in hindsight, we let Pakistan off the hook. I think we were too kind in giving it a pause in operations. I'm sure it will go running to China to try and make up its losses, running to Turkey to try and make up its losses as fast as possible and free of cost. And whatever $2 billion it has got from the IMF will all go to China and Turkey to buy more missiles, buy more drones, etc., etc. And the task is crystal clear for us. Thank God we have not called off Operation Sindoor. We only paused it. We need to utilize this pause to increase our defense budget to 2.5 to 3% of our GDP. Somehow we've been only keen to economize on defense. I think this economy can be very costly on the battlefield. We need to open our coffers now, and at least we have to be ahead, technologically ahead. Thank God for our indigenous scientists who have enabled us to do that. But we have to have overmatching capabilities with Pakistan at least, if not both China and Pakistan. And for that, if we have to spend money, we have to spend money. Please open your purse strings and let it flow. We can't afford this, penny pinching any longer. Number one. Number two, I think it's about time that we concluded the deal. The Russians have been very generous. They have offered us a deal of about 36 to 42 of the Su-57s. I think now we have very carefully watched who has done what by us during this conflict, and I think the two friends who come closest are Israel, Russia and France, not necessarily in that order. Unfortunately, the French refused to share the source codes of the Rafale. Otherwise, we could have fitted our Astra BVR missiles, our BrahMos cruise missiles on the Rafales, and they would have done a far better job than they have now. The Russians share their source codes, they share everything, so do the Israelis. So I think we have now seen who is our friend and who is lukewarm and who is not. So we must, I think, quickly make up, because not only do we have to take care of Pakistan, we also have to take care of China. We also have to take care of China. So the Su-57s are a must. We must get them at the earliest. If we still want to go in for the Rafales, we must speed up that. But we must tell France that they'll have to share source codes if they want to sell their Rafales to us, right? We must quickly go in for additional A-tag medium artillery guns. We must get ready, if necessary, for a fight to the finish. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The war of narratives. Almost the entire American leftist and the European media has followed Pakistan's narrative of a grand air victory, hook, line and sinker. Hook, line and sinker. You know, most of it was based on a very slick PowerPoint presentation. No actual battle. The Pakistani Air Force is much better at PowerPoint presentations than, unfortunately, our External Affairs Ministry mandarins were, right? And Air Vice Marshal Aurangzeb, their equivalent of the Deputy Chief of Air Staff Operations on our side, you know, he gave that presentation immediately on the 8th morning, and it was a very slick PowerPoint presentation which gave the, you know, the impression of a massive air circus taking place over the western borders of India and Pakistan. He said about 70 to 80 aircraft rose from the Indian side and about 40 aircraft rose to combat this air armada, which was in 4 blocks, heading towards Pakistan from Kashmir down to Kutch, and how the Pakistani airwacs made a valiant, near the Afghan border, they started making a valiant track. The Saabs and the Chinese airborne early warning aircraft, how they picked up our, Indian aircraft, and how the Chinese J-10Cs armed with the PL-15 were able to get the better of this thing. He spoke, he used very sexy Western jargon, multi-domain operation, center of gravity, etc. Made a big impression on the civilian media, big impression on the civilian media, which, were looking at him, Pakistani girls, starry-eyed and all that. He mentioned that the Chinese had given them a library of the entire
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
India taught a tough lesson to Pakistan through Operation Sindoor, and Operation Sindoor was a surprise to Pakistan. However, after the Pahalgam attack, they continuously tried to post fire through small guns at this forward post where I'm reporting from. This is one of the toughest forward posts along the line of control where I'm reporting from, and this place where I'm standing is the tunnel bunker, which can also be seen as the defense preparedness from the side of the Indian Army. After the Pahalgam attack, such tunnel bunkers were made for the safeguarding of the Indian Army Jawans, for our frontline warriors. When the shelling was dropped from the side of Pakistan, through this tunnel bunker, the front warriors also navigated and went through the different location, and also this tunnel bunker helped them to move from one location to another. So this is the tunnel bunker for safeguarding our own frontline warriors as well. At the time when the mortar shelling was heavy, it was a high caliber shelling from the side of Pakistan. And also we'll go downstairs and we'll see exactly how deep is this tunnel bunker, because through Operation Sindoor, our frontline warriors have clearly stated and gave a clear message that any terror attack, if will be launched on the Indian soil, then a befitting reply will be given to the enemy. And that is the reason all the forward posts along the line of control were in complete sync. And when there was the erratic shelling from the side of the Pakistan, all the posts together gave a befitting reply to the Pakistan. And also what we were posing at, what we thwarted were the shells and the terror launch pads of the terrorists in the enemy region. But what Pakistan exactly tried to do was pose and guided shelling at the post of the army and in the civilian region. And that is the time when all the forward posts came together as in a sync and gave a toughest response, and also responded with the heavy artillery at not only the post and the observation post of the Pakistan, which led the Pakistan soldiers and their army leave their post completely. So this is one of the tunnel bunkers where I'm reporting from. And also Operation Sindoor, one of the successful operations. This is the most successful operation. And also after Pahalgam terror attack only, the country has already decided to give a firm response to Pakistan. And also the preparedness had already started at all the forward posts by our soldiers, by our warriors, that how the befitting response will be given. On the 6th and 7th of intervening night, however, when Operation Sindoor was launched, after that, all the targets from our side were completely achieved. We thwarted and destroyed all the terrorist camps, and after that, also the heavy retaliation was given to Pakistan when they resorted and targeted our forward post.
The war of narratives. Almost the entire American leftist and the European media has followed Pakistan's narrative of a grand air victory, hook, line and sinker. Hook, line and sinker. You know, most of it was based on a very slick PowerPoint presentation. No actual battle. The Pakistani Air Force is much better at PowerPoint presentation.
26 Maoists killed in biggest crackdown on Red Terror. India on track to be Red Terror free by 2026. Is the wipeout of Red Terror imminent? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, big trouble for the Samajwadi Party politician turned so-called professor at Ashoka University. Really gets pulled up despite all the support of the Tukre gang. 8:30 p.m. tonight, another top Congress leader criticizes Operation Sindoor. He says it's Thodi Si activity. Congress party out of sync with the sentiment of people in the country. And at 9 p.m. tonight, the biggest story of the day, Amit Shah's steadfast promise that he made in Parliament is happening. The biggest terrorist leader of the CPI Maoist has been killed. The end of Red Terror is now near. Ladies and gentlemen, at the start, I want to say that I know the reason you like my program and the reason you watch me is because I talk about the things that the Lutyens media will not talk. I talk about the things that the Tukre brigade will not talk. And therefore, you would remember I was the only one, ladies and gentlemen, who criticized the views of the so-called associate professor at Ashoka University when he said that Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army, who led the press conferences during Operation Sindoor, that her presence was mere optics. And he had run down the presence of a Muslim woman officer from the Indian Army about whom we are so proud. He ran her down and in a misogynistic way tried to say that if a woman is there in a press conference of the Indian Army, and that also if the woman happens to be a Muslim woman wearing an Indian Army uniform, then she's there only for optics. This was insulting not just to Colonel Sophia Qureshi, it was insulting to the Muslim community, it was insulting to the Indian Army. It was an attempt in a time of war by this malevolent professor to drive a religious wedge within our armed forces. And what can be worse than that? What can be more terrible than that, and opportunistic than that, and political than that, to try and divide the Indian Army on religious lines? And ladies and gentlemen, at that time, a lot of free speech activists came out and said, why is Arnab criticizing what the professor has said? Has Arnab not heard about freedom of expression? Of course I have. Of course I have. But I believe that if you're not a nationalist, you should not be a journalist. And that's my view. And my view is that you can have freedom of expression, but that does not mean you can abuse the nation. And those people who constantly keep quoting freedom of expression, 19(1)(a), and say that, oh, this allows us to say what we want, have been told by the Supreme Court today, no less, in its strong observations against this Professor Ali Khan Mahmoodabad, that you cannot say anything against the nation, you can't dog whistle a community, and then say that it's free speech. The most important thing which the Supreme Court has said, it's not about this man's passport having been held back, or the fact that he'll now be subject to an investigation by a special investigation team. I'm not thrilled about the procedure. What I'm thrilled about tonight is that the court has said that free speech must be used with patriotic responsibility. The court has said, and I quote, you should know what is happening. There is a right to free speech. Where is the duty? The basic question the court is asking is, you have a right to free speech, but where is your duty? You can't say, I have free speech to abuse the country. I have free speech to invite Pakistanis to abuse the country when we are bombing Bahawalpur. You can't say that. I have this free speech to sell my country's national interest. I have my free speech to abuse it to a point where a journalist on my country's soil gets praised by Hafiz Saeed. You can't say I have free speech and rights to sit and watch cricket with Dawood Ibrahim and then say, that's my free right too in a democracy. So you want to have all the rights, but you do not want to have any of the responsibilities. And that is not just a travesty of facts. It is ill intention, ladies and gentlemen. Ill intention that is ill advised. And which is why, look at what the court says. There is a right to free speech, but where is the duty? As if the 25 years is only distributing rights and no duty. The fundamental rights also say there is a duty of every citizen to uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. That is clearly mentioned. 51A. And if you cannot work for the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India and you want to sit on a very plush campus of Ashoka University, teaching a very entitled group of students how to speak against the country, how to violate national interest, how to speak against the interests of the tricolour and the armed forces, and then say, I am professing peace, and I'm a professor of peace. You're not. You're a professor of opportunism. You're a professor of personal convenience. And I do not think that's being a professor at all. Now I say once again to the Ashoka University founders, owners, shareholders, investors and supporters, listen to me. See what was said by the Supreme Court today. I ask you today, Ashoka University, what is your responsibility? You want to look away? You want to believe this did not happen in your campus? Or is it that you just don't care about the country? If you do, if you care about the country, then create a campus in which not one anti-national word will be said. And this should also be a message to all campuses across the country. Have all the free speech you want, but not at the cost of national interest. No more Tukde Tukde Brigade. No more Bharat Tere Tukde Honge. No more of the kind of nonsense that Ali Khan Mahmoodabad said. Let's debate.
On May 18, 2025, Ali Khan Mahmoodabad, the controversial professor of Ashoka University, was arrested for making comments on Operation Sindoor. In his now deleted social media post, the controversial professor described the media briefings by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Vomika Singh as optics, further claiming that optics must translate to reality on the ground, otherwise it's just hypocrisy. Haryana Women's Commission alleged that Mahmoodabad dispatched women officers in the Indian Armed Forces.
हमने 12 तारीख को उनको नोटिस किया उनके इस विषय पर और उम्मीद की कि 14 तारीख को एक सभ्य पढ़े लिखे व्यक्ति, जो कि वो कहते हैं मैं एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हूँ, उस नाते वो आएंगे और महिला आयोग में अपनी बात को रखेंगे, परंतु वो नहीं आए। हमने तुरंत अगले दिन 15 तारीख को यूनिवर्सिटी विजिट की और इन्फॉर्म किया वाइस चांसलर को, रजिस्ट्रार को कि हम आ रहे हैं और उम्मीद है कि हम आपके एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर सो कॉल्ड अली खान को वहां बातचीत कर लेंगे। आई वुड हैव लाइक्ड इफ अगर वो अपॉलॉजी कर लेते, लेकिन उनकी मंशा ही नहीं थी।
While the professor was sent to 14-day of judicial custody by a local court yesterday, today the Supreme Court of India granted interim bail to the Ashoka University professor with some tough conditions. In a major setback, the top court refused to stay the investigation on Mahmoodabad and instead directed to form an SIT to probe his post in the next 24 hours. The professor has also been restrained from writing any more posts and articles on the matter, and he has been asked to surrender his passport. While the professor's defense was that his was a highly patriotic statement, the Supreme Court was not impressed. In a firm rebuke to the Ashoka University professor, the top court said, "This is not the time for such statements to gain cheap popularity." The court even termed it as dog whistling. With the Supreme Court heavily coming down on Mahmoodabad, will the lobby that stood in his defense now apologize?
Okay, so we have on, let's see the sides tonight. We have Advaita Kala, and we have Deshratan Nigam, and we have Lokesh Jindal, who's a political commentator, has earlier been supporting the Congress. I'm told he's had a change of heart. I'm not sure. Kishore Subramaniam is also with us tonight. I'll open this up. Advaita, I'd love to start with you here. What I like about what the court has said is that patriotism and nationalism, essentially, therefore national interest, has to go with free speech. This has never been said before. And this is the moot point. When people say free speech, but then what about national interests? They said, but free speech, what about national interests? Oh, we'll look at that later. That's not important. My free speech is important. And in the name of free speech, you can support Pakistan, you can speak against the nation, you can say what you want. You can justify anything, right? You can have an office in Turkey. You can have a political party office in Turkey. Somebody questions you, you can try and sue the person. Free speech. I have a right to free speech on everything. But the court says patriotic responsibility is also significant. Your take on this, please, today. Interesting developments in Supreme Court.
I think the judgment of the Supreme Court today, the pronouncements were very wise and were very calibrated. I think it's important that this sort of distinction is made. You're right. A lot of things run riot when it comes to free speech. A lot of people take undue advantage of this constitutional mechanism that we have as citizens. However, there is a time and a place for everything. This was not the right time. This was a time when communities across the country were coming together. They were united against a common enemy. To bring up these sort of issues at this point of time was hugely problematic. Subsequently, to show such disrespect for the Haryana Women's Commission, if you have been invited to present your side of the case, then you should honor that and turn up. Not only that, the chairperson goes to the university to meet with this gentleman, and he does not even bother to meet with her.
Yeah,
is that value you place on the Women's Commission? Is that what it means to you? I think these things are very misogynistic, this behavior. Yeah. However, I don't feel like anyone should go to jail. That's my own personal view. But the way this was handled by the professor was terrible. It was badly timed. It showed an arrogance. It showed a level of misogyny towards the Haryana Women's Commission.
No, but I take it further. You see, the person is a dangerous man. He's like Sarjil Imam. And what did Sarjil Imam say? Sarjil Imam said that the chicken's neck belongs to Muslims. Anybody who's not a Muslim should not be in the chicken's neck. Muslims must take over the chicken's neck. That area is mostly Muslim. And after Muslims take over the chicken's neck, they should cut off the chicken's neck northeast from the rest of India. At that time also, Deshratan Nigam, some people said free speech. We said, but he's talking about provoking people to break up the country. They said free speech. I think after today's case, that could not be allowed. I think it set a legal precedent here.
Yes, absolutely, Arnab. In fact, this professor is an urban Naxal, a kind of a sleeper cell who is activated at the opportune time and to create social disharmony in the society and, community, pitting one community against each other. Now, he says civilians suffer in the war. Those who died in the Pahalgam were butchered on the basis of religion, Hindus. Were they not civilians? He clearly, swaps it under the carpet. Now, if you read his Facebook post, it's very dangerous. He says politicians benefit out of the war and the defense industry, defense manufacturers. All Indian systems made in India were produced and manufactured in India by our own defense industries. And politicians, he's saying, government created all this. Secondly, he says war is inevitable because politics is rooted in violence. He's promoting violence. He's an urban Naxal. He's trying to create violence in politics in India. And lastly, if you look at it, he says about, the right wing is praising Colonel Qureshi and clearly establishing that he's a Marxist, urban Naxal on one side and creating a schism or a gap or a divide in the society that should actually create kind of a social harmony. So these are very dangerous things. That is why the Supreme Court clearly said that there is complexity and dog whistling. There are coded messages which need to be gone into, and the SIT must unearth.
The messaging is very simple from him. Messaging is, Kishore, that if there is any Muslim who is presenting or being presented as a face of a nationalistic cause, even if that is of the armed forces, that Muslim, especially if it's a Muslim woman, should be run down, should be attacked. There should be an attempt at targeting her. Because he targeted Sophia Qureshi. I think he's also a very misogynistic fellow. But obviously, Lokesh, Ashoka University likes all this kind of stuff, obviously. That's why they allow him. He'll go back to a hero's welcome, I'm sure, at Ashoka University tomorrow. So, I think today's observations of the court, hugely significant, very significant here. It's a blow to the Tukre lobby. They haven't understood yet.
Okay. Good evening, Arnab, and good evening to all my panelists. Allow me 30 seconds to a minute to express my viewpoints. I do not subscribe to whatever he has written.
Location on the left, faster.
I am a firm believer that unless the speech incites violence, you don't take an action to the extent of arresting a person. That's my first point. Allow me to complete. You have all the time to counter me. Point number 2. I believe people like this who put down our army, put down women, put down any community and try to incite violence or whatever their core intent, which I'm not aware of, should be ignored. Today, after the Supreme Court, I'm nobody to comment on Supreme Court's judgment. But let me tell you one thing. An SIT for a Facebook post, I think that's exaggerated. That's my personal view. I am nobody to say whether
No, 1 minute. Right, what he's saying is, Kishore, let me get location.
One more point.
Kishore, one more. Before your next point, I want to respond to your first point, get location. You see, don't think this fellow is innocent. He's trying to tell Muslims that if you're in the army, don't fight for India. He's trying to tell Muslims, if you're wearing the uniform, don't fight for the country. Don't be like Sophia Qureshi. Muslims are being troubled everywhere in India. Muslims can't breathe. Muslims can't leave. This is his logic. Therefore, he's targeting Sophia Qureshi. And if you're a Muslim woman, it's worse for you because I'll target you in a misogynistic way also. And interesting, Ashoka University, which says it's all very progressive, is this Ashoka University, this Tukre lobby there, is clapping for a man who's abusing women. I mean, his position is more extreme than that of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. Lokesh. No. There is a war. There is a war. You're targeting a Muslim woman. That is deliberate targeting, right, Lokesh?
First of all, the gentleman is a professor in political science, head of department. He knows very well what exactly is the state of emergency, although the emergency was not proclaimed, but we were at a state of war, a kinetic war. And when we talk about free speech, it becomes a responsible issue in the country. And it's not only what, it's also when. So this statement delivered by him was not just a generic academic statement or a generic observation. It certainly had a malicious intent, and the Supreme Court has done the right thing to form a committee, an SIT, to probe into the exact intent with which this statement was made. Now, this is not something ordinary. We have seen in Haryana that there is a girl, she is already, there are individuals who have been arrested on charges of spying, and there was some form of an intent, some form of intrusion into the civil society, some connects were made, and that was the right thing to do, to have such people rounded up and an investigation carried out as to what exactly was their motive and intent. Because that is not the right time to make such forms of comments, what the professor has made.
Yes.
So he deserves such form of a bashing. And I want Ashoka University to take a firm stand on this, come out clearly, take a stern action, and set a precedence against such.
Ashoka can take is to sack him, but they won't do that. You see, they want to, what do they say, Advaita, run with the hound and... what is that? Pardon me?
Run with the hare, I think.
Run with the hare and hunt with the hound. Okay. So they want to do that. Ashoka University wants to have it both ways. They want to support this lobby also, unless now we are going to keep a close watch on what Ashoka University does. See, there is an aspect of responsibility. See, Advaita, in all this intellectual obfuscation, we forget the man is a politician. He has joined the Samajwadi Party. He's tried to fight an election. Look at all the visuals of him with the Samajwadi Party cap on the campaign trail. Then he goes to Ashoka University, becomes a professor. But he's trying to incite Muslims against the Indian army, against the Indian state in a time of war. Now, how big a crime is that?
Arnab, let me give you an important point.
No, Advaita, and after Advaita. Yeah, Advaita.
I think the point Lokesh made is very important. We're in the time of info wars, narrative wars, as well as kinetic wars. So we're dealing on all those fronts. So like we discussed, that young lady from Haryana who's right now under custody for possibly having spy links. There is definitely a plan underfoot wherein a certain narrative is being pushed out into the public domain. We cannot dispute that. That is happening, and it is happening with the intention of dividing communities along religious lines, as well as undermining what India has achieved with Operation Sindoor. This is very actively happening, and we shouldn't be surprised that it is. However, we cannot assume that whoever speaks out like this is actually part of that larger plan. That's why I'm saying I'm in full support of what the Supreme Court has done, which is granted him bail, conditional bail, seeing that he might be at flight risk, as well as investigating where the links lead up to, if at all. And I think that's perfectly fine and legitimate in a situation such as
this. So let me
in a time like this.
Yeah, see, I want to make a point on sleeper cells. And I'll take 1 minute on this. The problem in our country is we forget sometimes that the intellectual termites who hate our country want to eat our country from within. They want to exploit our democracy, and we are allowing them the opportunity to do so. My view is right now that we are in a very important phase in our country. We have sleeper cells everywhere who are working against the country. Now, who are these sleeper cells? They can be radicals, they can be academics, they can be urban Naxals, they can be Maoist supporters, some may be PFI surrogates. कह रहा हूं इस देश में है. There are sleeper cells everywhere in our country. It becomes the responsibility of vigilant Indian citizens to identify sleeper cells in our country. Who are sleeper cells? Those who are working against our country, who want to bring our country down. It may be somebody who believes in Ghazwa-e-Hind. It may be somebody who believes in Maoist terrorism. It may be somebody who says, I'm an overground worker. But these sleeper cells, don't give me this very super elitist South Mumbai opinion. Kuch nahi hai, let's just go out and have a cheeseburger. Life is not like that. Don't live in an urban, echo chamber, Kishore. Even the financial industry of Mumbai needs to understand all finance will go agar sleeper cells active ho jayenge. Then with the changing, what is going to happen? You'll hold the country together. You'll build the economy, you'll build your wealth. But what will happen if the country falls?
Okay, Arnab, let me respond. And I hope you'll give me my time. I'm neither
No. You agree or not that we should, vigilant Indian citizens should now have their own responsibility in exposing sleeper cells? Go to the police, file cases. Stick your neck out. Very important.
Okay. Arnab, can I respond now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I'm not from south of Mumbai. Neither am I from Mumbai. I'm from south of India. So as a concerned citizen, I buy your point. If it is a sleeper cell and if there is investigative proof that emanates saying that there is an activity must be on the post, then the government or any SIT has every right. But let me tell you some fundamental things. It is like Congress, where the lesser you talk about them, the faster they disappear. So if it is a simple post, I don't think so. We need to go to a level of SIT. Point number one. Point number two, what makes India a vibrant democracy?
No, what is wrong with SIT? What is wrong with SIT?
Pardon me?
Because he's professor, you should not have SIT. You should have SIT for ordinary people.
मेरा प्रोफेसर से कोई मतलब नहीं है, मुझे जेल में ऐसा कोई पसंद नहीं है, ना मुझे
अद्वैता?
नाम पसंद है, ना औरंगजेब सर नाम पसंद है, तो मुझे उनसे कोई मतलब नहीं है.
No. I think that's naive. I think that's the classic chalta hai attitude which has got us into so much problems in the first place. I think that we have to recognize the fact that there is a narrative war. The fact that this particular detention led to headlines in places like the New York Times. We know all about what the New York Times is. So it's interesting how all the wires seem to come together when these kind of incidents happen for particular people. So we are in the midst of a narrative war, and we need to be careful, and we need to be not only careful, but like Arnab said, vigilant. And if the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, feels that this justifies a deeper look, then they should take a deeper look. And I think it's very important that they do, because this is the world we live in today. Unfortunately, people are doing this.
There are sleeper cells. There are sleeper cells. There are sleeper cells everywhere. Imagine, will we realize about sleeper cells after a 9/11 kind of situation? Huh? After 9/11, what happened in America? The woke lobby suddenly woke up. Oh my God, there is terrorism has hit us. What did you think? Terrorism will not hit you at home. Were there not sleeper cells that led to 9/11? That led to the terrorist attacks? You see, Deshrata Nema, abhi bhi log hain. They are getting into this little Aman Ki Asha situation again. Sab kuch theek hai. Carry on. Let's go back. Have biryani with Pakistan. I'm saying there are sleeper cells. And universities must not allow any sleeper cells.
Yes, in fact, Arnab, if you recall, it was the same Ashoka University which passed a resolution that Kashmir is not part of India. Please recall that news.
Was it the university or a union or group within the university?
Yes, and therefore, let me point out few things. The observation of the court that what about the duties is a paradigm shift, because earlier they were only talking about rights. Now they are saying that rights and duties have to be balanced. This is a paradigm shift by the Supreme Court in this observation. And second, one of the most important thing that this professor has written in the letter is the creation of diverse and secular India is an illusion and an illusion.
Lokesh.
So he's doubting the creation of India's secularism and is saying it is an illusion and an illusion. So it's a very important point that you have to notice. This is how he's inciting people. And secondly, to the panelist who was saying that violence has to take place, only then you can bring in certain sections. No, there is something called attempt to an offense, for which equal punishment is given for actual offense being committed. This is the legal position. So therefore, here clear an incitement of violence, creating disharmony and enmity between communities, and also, imputing intention to the government of India and also our defense industries, bringing down and tearing down our defense industries, and also promoting violence, saying that politics is rooted in violence and therefore war is inevitable. It is not the other way around. He's saying war is inevitable because politics in India is rooted in violence. That's Maoist ideology. That's Marxist and urban Naxals ideology. And there are sleeper cells, as Mr. Jindal pointed out. They are being arrested every day. Spies are being arrested. It is being unearthed. It is high time these people should be taken to task and
exactly. So
jail and given the highest punishment in law.
Yes. Lokesh.
Yes. First of all, the issue is way more, I would say, complicated than it seems. That individual purposely talked about mob lynching. He talked about, he actually put up a message that, okay, there is a colonel, she is Muslim, although she is leading the entire brigade, but at home things are not the same. I mean, it exactly had a very deep intent. That individual no way stated something out of academic observation or anything. It had a way deeper intent, and it was a dog whistle intended for certain form. It was some form of a signaling that was there, for which there was to be some form of a reaction. And I want that there must be use of stringent provisions of laws, and the SIT must come out with a significant finding as early as possible. Because such people, they not only vilify, they not only demean our armed forces, they put a bad name for the country in the international sphere as well. So this was a war whereby Hindus, Muslims, every section of India every Indian citizen came together. In fact, the Kashmiris themselves came together, condemned Pakistan. They showed Pakistan its place. But then such rots, they come out and they say that, no, it's not that. The India is not fighting. The picture is something different. So I would say that there must be something very, very credible. I mean, it should set a precedence and a warning to such form of individuals who destroy the peace and harmony of the country.
And for me, the biggest takeaway, viewers, is that the Supreme Court has essentially said today what I've been waiting to hear for a long time, that adherence to national interest is fundamental to the exercise of free speech. Imagine if we had a judgment like this in 2016, then Rahul Gandhi would never have been able to support the people who said, Bharat tere tukde honge, inshallah, inshallah. The whole sedition issue in JNU would have never happened. I really congratulate the Supreme Court for giving such excellent observations today while looking at this case of the Ashoka University professor. Ashoka University management, don't look the other way. You have a responsibility too. And ladies and gentlemen, after Mallikarjun Kharge's chut-put yudh remark on Operation Sindoor, such an unfortunate remark, such a terrible remark, such a lowbrow remark, today another video has emerged of another Congress leader who is calling India's action in Operation Sindoor as a thodi si activity, or a little bit activity. Not just this, he says a lot more. Let's debate.
ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ 17ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ನೀವು ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 26 ಪ್ರಾಣಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿತೀವು ಮತ್ತು ಚುಟ್ಪುಟ್ಟು ಯುದ್ಧಗಳು ನಡೆದಿವೆ.
These were the words of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, calling one of the biggest anti-terror operations carried out by India against Pakistan a chut-put war. Within 24 hours, another top Congress leader, Ghulam Ahmad Mir, has called India's anti-terror operation thodi si activity, or just a little bit of activity across the border.
हम जब आज बात करते हैं, उस भारतीय जनता पार्टी को याद दिलाना चाहते हैं जिन्होंने हमारा स्टेट भी छीना, हमारा स्टेटस भी छीना. आज आप देख लीजिए, थोड़ी सी एक्टिविटी उन्होंने की, पता नहीं दिल से की या मजबूरियत में की.
It didn't just end there. In an apparent bid to divide the nation on regional lines over Operation Sindoor, the top Congress leader prompted to the crowd that it was Jammu and Kashmir that had to bear the brunt of retaliation and not Uttar Pradesh. Listen in.
हम जब आज बात करते हैं, उस भारतीय जनता पार्टी को याद दिलाना चाहते हैं जिन्होंने हमारा स्टेट भी छीना, हमारा स्टेटस भी छीना. आज आप देख लीजिए, थोड़ी सी एक्टिविटी उन्होंने की, पता नहीं दिल से की या मजबूरियत में की, वो कड़ा साहब बोलेंगे. मगर जितना भी किया, उसका खैमियाजा किसको उठाना पड़ा? उसका खैमियाजा किनको उठाना पड़ा? जम्मू कश्मीर को या उत्तर प्रदेश को? जोर से आवाज दो. ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी सुन रहे हैं आपकी. अगर आप आवाज नहीं दोगे तो मेरी आवाज नहीं होनी चाहिए. अगर इस एक्टिविटी का जानी माली नुकसान हुआ, वो किसको हुआ? सारे हाथ नहीं उठा रहे, सारे नहीं हाथ. मैं फिर पूछूंगा, सबसे ज्यादा उसका नुकसान किसको हुआ?
Ghulam Ahmad Mir was not alone. Taking cue from Rahul Gandhi's tweet enquiring on India's fighter jet losses, Maharashtra Congress leader Vijay Wadettiwar also sought clarification from the government on Pakistan's claims of shooting down Rafales.
ऐसी भी चर्चाएं बहुत जोर से है. सच्चाई क्या है, सच्चाई क्या है, ये मुझे नहीं पता. पर ये चाइना के 5-6 हजार ड्रोन हिंदुस्तान में भेजे गए. उसको गिराने के लिए हमने 15-15 लाख का मिसाइल उसके ऊपर छोड़ा, उसको ध्वस्त करने के लिए डाला गया. ऐसी बहुत सारी चर्चाएं. हमारे राफेल 4 राफेल या 3 राफेल गिराए गए, ऐसी चर्चा है. तो सरकार ने स्पष्टीकरण देना चाहिए कि हमारा ये नुकसान नहीं हुआ, हमारा फायदा हुआ. ये सच्चाई है. हमने इतना पाकिस्तान का नुकसान किया है, भारत का कुछ नहीं हुआ है. बता देना चाहिए.
The statements of Congress leaders keep pouring in despite the categorical clarification given by our armed forces.
As for the details, what could have been, how many numbers, which platform did we lose? You know, at this time, I would not like to comment on that because we are still in a combat situation. And if I comment on anything, it will only be adversary. So we don't want to give him any advantage at this stage.
The BJP is calling the statements made by the opposition a part of a series of a well-thought-out campaign.
पहले राहुल गांधी और अब खड़गे जी के बयान के बाद एक बात बहुत साफ हो गई है कि पिछले कुछ दिनों में इंडी गठबंधन के नेताओं के जो बयान आ रहे हैं, ये कोई अनायास मुंह से निकले बयान नहीं है। ये एक सुविचारित, भारत विरोधी और पाकिस्तान को ऑक्सीजन देने वाली विचारधारा से पोषित होकर आने वाले बयानों की श्रृंखला है।
At a time when the nation is resolved and united, at a time when even the opposition voices are speaking in one voice in terms of the might of Operation Sindoor, at a time when businesses and travel operators have placed unequivocal national interest before commercial interests, the BJP has also challenged the Congress to file as many lawsuits against them. Today, Amit Malviya put out a tweet with the looming and serious question on whether there is a Congress office in Turkey and whether or not the Congress did open an office in Turkey in 2019, as was widely reported, even in the Turkish media. While Congress is yet to address the moot point on its alleged Turkey office, like the rest of the country, Republic looks forward to carrying the answer in its entirety. Should the Congress put national unity and speak for the nation and its forces in one voice? Should the Congress join the national mood of having no deviation from nation first through all its utterances? Should the Congress take decisive action to ensure an India first approach prevails right through its politics?
I completely condemn the attempt of the Congress party to divide the country at a time of war. And what the Congress party has said now is this, that people in Uttar Pradesh don't suffer when there is war. Only people in Jammu and Kashmir suffer when there is war. You know, Madhuvanti ji, Jyotsna ji, I can imagine many things that Congress party has said is wrong, and I tolerate it. I said this has been the way the party talks. It will never learn. It will never improve. But today the president of Jammu and Kashmir Pradesh Congress Committee says Operation Sindoor is Thodi Si activity. He says it is Thodi Si activity, which means very small action. Then he says, who suffers? Do people in Uttar Pradesh bear the consequences? No. Only people in Jammu and Kashmir bear the consequences. They suffer. This Congress party is saying, which means in a time of war is going and polarizing people, saying people of Jammu and Kashmir, you must feel strongly against people of Uttar Pradesh. What is this? Sheikh Amir, क्या मिलता है आपको ये सब करके? ये जो कमेंट्स हो रही हैं आपकी, और इसमें जो हर जगह ये गुलाम मीर आके बोल रहे हैं कि you have to raise your voice. Do people of UP suffer? No. Who has to bear the consequences? Shout it out loud. If you don't raise your voice, I shouldn't have to either. Where was there loss of life and property? Who suffered? Jammu and Kashmir. Who suffered? Jammu and Kashmir. Do people in UP suffer? Do people in Tamil Nadu suffer? No. What is this? Can you imagine this, Madhuvanti ji? Can you hear? Did you hear that, Jyotsna ji?
Arnab ji, can I?
Yeah, Jyotsna ji.
Arnab ji, I'm very sorry to say that our soldiers, our men take big risks, very big risks, huge risks, risking their lives so that people like Kharge ji can make small-minded remarks. I'm sorry to say this. So that they can make these small-minded remarks. Initially, let me put it very clearly, Arnab ji. Operation Sindoor was a strategic, successful cross-border strike. Right? 9 terror camps almost destroyed, 100 plus terrorists eliminated, 11 Pakistani air bases disabled. Am I speaking sense? Arnabji, I think I am right. Now, calling it a small war I think, I honestly feel from the bottom of my heart, is a disgrace to our soldiers. And ये जो बोल रहे हैं ना वहाँ पे कश्मीर में जो लीडर अब अभी कोट कर रहे थे अर्नब जी, I think
Congress president Kashmir
have the sense in him that India suffers. It's not Jammu Kashmir, it's not Tamil Nadu, it's not Uttar Pradesh, it's not Maharashtra, it's not Andhra Pradesh, it's not any, isolated state that suffers. India suffers. Indians suffer. We suffer. Arnab ji, we the Indians suffer from the war. We have to understand this. Now, the problem is during, and I am sorry, but I'll have to probably be a little bit rude with Congress on this. During Congress rule, it was always, the dossiers were sent to Pakistan. You remember, Arnab ji? Dossiers were sent. Now, yahan pe, in NDA rule, in Modi's rule, in Modi's India, I should say, what is happening is 26 people killed by
Ashwini, your volume is down.
And 1 second. 100 terrorists eliminated by NDA.
You have not read the history properly, ma'am. You have not read the history properly. We never succumbed to the pressure of United States. Congress never succumbed to the pressure of United States. And it is indeed the insult of our forces where a third person can call. And
Sir, 1 second. When Pulwama happened, where was Rahul Gandhi? He was in Italy vacationing. I'm sorry to say, when Pulwama happened, where was Rahul Gandhi? He was in Italy vacationing. Holidaying. Now today Congress wants to, in fact, lecture us on unity and lecture us on security. Sir, I'll tell you one simple thing. You gave us, I'm telling you, Congress gave us fear and dossiers. We, NDA, gave Balakot, Galvan response and today Operation Sindoor. And the choice is clear. Desh ke saath ya vote ke liye virodh. This is what you have to decide.
The other words are, and I want.
And sir, 1 second, Arnab ji. My last point, because I think I need to say this, Arnab ji, very clearly.
Sure.
Borders safer, enemies deterred, allies closer. That's our security doctrine in 3 sentences. Borders safer, enemies deterred.
I agree. Now let's look at what the Congress party has said today.
That is our doctrine.
Let us see what the Congress party has said today. Anyway, Jyotsna ji, you be very careful because you have said so much. They will serve you 100 kilos of lawsuits. For every sentence you give, they will put 100 cases against you.
Arnab ji,
I think they have more lawsuits than they have votes.
BJP will serve her 5 kg of ration, Arnab.
I think their problem is that they are spending more time doing lawsuits than appealing to the sentiments of the people of India. Sheikh Hamid, जो शब्द का प्रयोग किया है गुलाम मीर जी ने, ये कहा है कि आज आप देख लीजिए थोड़ी सी एक्टिविटी उन्होंने की। पहला सवाल है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को थोड़ी सी एक्टिविटी कहने का मतलब क्या है? दूसरी बात, उन्होंने कहा पता नहीं दिल से की या मजबूरियत में की। मजबूरियत? 26 लोगों को पहलगाम में कहा गया कि कलमा पढ़ो, बोलो हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो या ईसाई हो, और उनके बच्चों और उनके बीवियों के सामने मार डाला, और आप बोल रहे पता नहीं किस मजबूरियत में की। मजबूरियत, इस हैवानियत के बाद आप इसको मजबूरी कह रहे हैं? ये मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता कहते पता नहीं किस मजबूरियत में की। पुलवामा मजबूरियत थी, पहलगाम पर इस तरह की कार्रवाई करना हमारी मजबूरी है कि दृढ़ राष्ट्रीय निष्ठा है। ये शब्दों का प्रयोग, ये कोशिश की जा रही है, यू सी, टू डेनिग्रेट पहलगाम। पता नहीं किस मजबूरियत में की। पहलगाम मजबूरियत है। ज्योत्सना जी, मजबूरियत मीन्स कंपल्शन। पता नहीं मार डाला तो करना पड़ा। दिस लैंग्वेज, शेख, दिस लैंग्वेज,
द स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट।
आप लॉसूट करते हैं। अरे लोगों को तो आपके खिलाफ लॉसूट करना चाहिए जिस भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं आप इनको निकाल क्यों नहीं देते इनको? व्हाट डू यू मीन? मेरा सवाल सीधा यह है शेख कि पता नहीं दिल से की का मजबूरियत से की। दिल से या मजबूरियत से? पहलगाम के बाद ऐसी भाषा, हाँ यही बाकी था शेख, इसको भी आप डिफेंड करोगे आज? हाँ,
उनकी मजबूरियत है जो यहाँ बैठ के डिफेंड कर नहीं पा रहे हैं,
इसको भी आप डिफेंड करोगे आज?
Please tell your cheerleaders to keep quiet. When you have question, tell them.
I am asking you. I am asking
what
you.
they have to say.
Yeah. You answer. I am asking you. You heard the words.
Don't answer yourself. You
No, but I am asking you. You answer my question. I won't answer.
कर रहे हो, मजबूरी की बात कर रहे हो, आपकी मजबूरी में समझ सकता हूँ, आप ये चटपटा क्यों रहे हो, ये मजबूरी में समझ सकता हूँ। आप
क्या मजबूरी, मेरी मजबूरी में के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हो बोलो, मैं फिर आपको अच्छी तरह से आपको रिप्लाई करता हूँ।
लिसन टू मी अर्नब, आपकी मजबूरी जो रोज शाम को आना और कांग्रेस को बैश करना है, और कांग्रेस
देखो कांग्रेस को मैं नहीं बैश कर रहा, कांग्रेस को देश की जनता बैश कर रही है आज की। आप कह रहे हैं थोड़ी सी मजबूरी, मैं शेख लाइन खोल देता हूं आज, आप और मैं जान जाएंगे अगर मैं लाइन खोल दूं कि आपके नेता ने जो कहा कल क्या कहा।
आप जरूरत है तो जवाब सुनिए।
नहीं मगर आप
नहीं सकते हो तो अपना
नहीं देखिए एक मिनट, लेट्स हैव अ डील हियर शेख। देखिए मैं जवाब सुनूंगा, मगर आप कृपया करके मेरे सवाल को अवॉइड करके छोटी सी पर्सनल कमेंट करके पतली गली से निकलने की कोशिश मत कीजिए।
गुलाम अहमद मीर इज नॉट जेकेपीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट, आपको ये भी नहीं पता है, झूठ पे झूठा बोल रहे हैं। एक तो पर्चा लग गया आप पर, कितने और लगाए?
कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता है कि वो भी बोलेंगे नहीं है?
एआईसीसी जनरल सेक्रेटरी
क्या है?
एआईसीसी जनरल सेक्रेटरी जेके
और भी बड़े ओहदे पे है ना। एआईसीसी जनरल सेक्रेटरी बड़ी चीज होती है? मतलब आप तो मान रहे कि नेशनल लेवल के कांग्रेस के बहुत बड़े नेता कह रहे हैं कि ये मजबूरी है।
अरे मजबूरी क्या है, क्या हुआ बताइए ना, क्या हुआ?
पहलगाम हुआ,
आगे कहिए।
पहलगाम हुआ। What do you mean क्या हुआ? पहलगाम हुआ। मजबूरी क्या है? What do you mean पहलगाम हुआ? क्या हुआ?
Shame on you people.
Shame on you.
गुरु बनने जा रहे थे।
आप कह रहे हैं पहलगाम हुआ, क्या हुआ?
बन गए विश्व गुरु, पूरे विश्व में बेइज्जती करा दी अपनी।
आप बात करिए, मजबूरी की बात करें,
जलील कर दिया हम लोग।
जलील आप लोग कर रहे हैं देश की जनता के फीलिंग्स के साथ, आप ये कर रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं क्या मजबूरी है? ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी नेशनल जनरल सेक्रेटरी सेइंग पता नहीं क्या मजबूरी में करना पड़ा। अरे My God, open the lines. Open the lines, viewers. Open the lines. Full on line खोल दीजिए।
Had to declare ceasefire.
नहीं एक मिनट, क्या मतलब है? किस मजबूरी में करना पड़ा, क्यों कहा? मैं नहीं छोड़ूंगा, मैं नहीं छोड़ूंगा। I will be stuck on that, शेख। आपने क्यों कहा? पता नहीं किस मजबूरी में करना पड़ा। No, I am asking you, forget journalists like me. I am the journalist the whole country supports. You want to know whether I have more support or your leader Rahul Gandhi? Should I open the lines? अरे उनकी तो उम्र भी हमसे ज्यादा है, अपने आप को युवा नेता कहते हैं। मेरी बात सुनिए। आई एम टेलिंग यू टुडे, आई एम टेलिंग यू क्लियरली। नो, वन मिनट। व्हाई डिड योर लीडर से पता नहीं किस मजबूरी में करना पड़ा? मैं कह रहा मजबूरी नहीं है भाई, गुस्सा है।
अरे कौन सा गुस्सा है?
व्हाई डिड यू से मजबूरी?
Arnab, I want.
No. Why are you insulting the people of India by saying पता नहीं किस मजबूरी में करना पड़ा? 26/11 के बाद आप लोगों ने की, आप पर कोई मजबूरी नहीं थी क्या?
सीज फायर करना पड़ा, आप बताइए ना किस मजबूरी में सीज फायर करना पड़ा? वो क्या मजबूरी?
अरे छोड़ो, ऐसी एक पार्टी जिसने 26/11 के बाद एक गोली नहीं चलाई, हिम्मत नहीं थी, अमन की आशा करते रहे।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी चेयरलीडर सब नरेंद्र मोदी।
किस मजबूरी?
ओपन द लाइन्स। दिस इज नॉट राइट, दिस इज नॉट राइट शेख, दिस इज नॉट राइट, दिस इज गलत है, गलत कर रहे हो आप। You are making a mistake.
मजबूरी थी जिसके लिए
you should not do like
उस मजबूरी की बात कर रहे हैं। उस मजबूरी थी जिसके लिए
आप ऐसी भाषा, अश्विनी, you will support this. And उसके बाद no, one more thing, one minute. I'm asking Sheikh, listen. The other thing the Congress party has said, and Jyotsna will debate with you, is do people in Uttar Pradesh suffer? Do people in Tamil Nadu suffer? No. Only people in Jammu and Kashmir suffer.
We are the first.
One minute. How many people from Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh are guarding your borders?
It's not saying jao POK take over.
What do you mean? I am saying why did your top leader say that only? Oh, viewers, this views of the Congress party are just too much. Too many people are calling.
Arnab ji, I've been listening to him patiently, if I may.
Yeah.
Arnabji, if I may, I've been listening to him patiently. Firstly, we are not playing an IPL match here for him to call us cheerleaders, okay? We are not cheerleaders of BJP. We are karyakartas of BJP and we are serving the nation. Probably they do not know the meaning of what it is to serve a nation because all they know is to serve Pakistan, everything on a goddamn platter. Okay? And don't you dare come and ask us questions about whether Tamil Nadu suffered or Uttar Pradesh suffered because people from South India were killed. 26 people, out of them so many people from South India were killed who had gone as tourists to Pahalgam. So don't come and tell us that only Jammu and Kashmir suffered. The whole of India has suffered this loss and all of us as Indians are trying to come out of this loss and that is why BJP is fighting as a nation and the party is fighting for the nation. You people will not understand this because you have a separatist ideology and all you know is to serve everything to Pakistan, the enemy nation on a platter, sign agreements with China and this is all you people are capable of. So don't you dare come and call us cheerleaders and don't you dare come and tell us that people from the south have not been affected by this attack or by Operation Sindoor, okay? The Sindoor of so many South Indian women was taken away from them, which is why Modi ji named this event Operation Sindoor. So don't come and try to तालियां बजाकर मजबूरी आपका मजबूरी क्या है ऐसे सपोर्ट करने का मजबूरी क्या है आपका लीडर का मजबूरी क्या है कि he spoke like this. What was his majburi to talk like this against the nation? What was his majburi to talk against the nation? You answer me. What was his majburi to talk?
One second, ma'am, 1 second. Arnab ji, to Sheikh ji, my simple question is, we lost Murli Naik from our state. Mr. Sheikh, we lost Murli Naik from our state. Do you even know that? Do you even know that?
I want to
Shame on you.
In the battlefield, we lost Murli Naik from our state. From the state of Andhra Pradesh, we lost Murli Naik. Do you even realize that? All the states suffer. Indians suffer. Sheikh ji, I think you should understand. We being Indians, if anything happens to any part of the country, all of us suffer. Today, in the battlefield there, we lost our soldier from our state, Murli Naik. Do you really understand that? And you come and give bhashan here. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Simple question. Arnab, give me 10 seconds. If this is a debate, give me just 10 seconds.
Okay, I'll just
divide and rule. Congress ka policy hai.
Give me 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'll give you 10 seconds. But to say that how did people in Tamil Nadu suffer, UP suffer, this is so wrong. I don't know what is happening to Congress party or has happened. Maybe it's gone to the point nothing can be done now. Yes, Sheikh.
My simple question to the BJP leader is, the one representing BJP leader, please, just 10 seconds. Be quiet. I just want to ask one question. When BJP leader said that our 26 people in Pahalgam got martyred, yes, we know that. The whole nation knows that our 26 innocent people got martyred. My question is, can she answer that how many people in Jammu and Kashmir got martyred?
I think this attempt to divide the nation, which the Congress party is doing, must stop. The Congress party must understand these are old 1980s tactics. In 2025, we have republic, we have nationalism. This will not be allowed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Home Minister is on a steadfast promise he made in Parliament, the end of Red Terror. It's now near. Huge achievement today. I'll tell you about it.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Frankly, in hindsight, we let Pakistan off the hook. I think we were too kind in giving it a pause in operations. I'm sure it will go running to China to try and make up its losses, running to Turkey to try and make up its losses as fast as possible and free of cost. And whatever $2 billion it has got from the IMF will all go to China and Turkey to buy more missiles, buy more drones, etc., etc. And the task is crystal clear for us. Thank God we have not called off Operation Sindoor. We've only paused it. We need to utilize this pause to increase our defense budget to 2.5 to 3% of our GDP. Somehow we've been only keen to economize on defense. I think this economy can be very costly on the battlefield. We need to open our coffers now, and at least we have to be ahead, technologically ahead. Thank God for our indigenous scientists who have enabled us to do that. But we have to have overmatching capabilities with Pakistan at least, if not both China and Pakistan. And for that, if we have to spend money, we have to spend money. Please open your purse strings and let it flow. We can't afford this, penny pinching any longer. Number one. Number two, I think it's about time that we concluded the deal. The Russians have been very generous. They have offered us a deal of about 36 to 42 of the Su-57s. I think now we have very carefully watched who has done what by us during this conflict. And I think the two friends who come closest are Israel, Russia and France, not necessarily in that order. Unfortunately, the French refused to share the source codes of the Rafale. Otherwise, we could have fitted our Astra BVR missiles, our
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. And today has been a really big day because in the long fight against Maoist terrorism, there has been a huge achievement where 27 dreaded terrorists, Maoist terrorists, have been killed. And the most important thing is this includes Nambala Keshava Rao, alias Basavaraju. This man has been the General Secretary of the CPI Maoists, which is among the senior most positions among this Maoist terrorist cadre. He is the backbone of the Maoist terrorist movement. And this is the first time in 3 decades of Bharat's battle against Maoist terrorism that a General Secretary ranked leader has been neutralized by our forces. The visuals are also there of his after he's been killed. Now, viewers, I'm celebrating today what has happened to these Maoist terrorists. I'm celebrating, and you should be celebrating too, what has happened today. And I want you to remember that in the JNU campus, when there was a massacre of our paramilitary forces. At that time, there had been a celebration on the campus, I'm told. There are groups in this country who have celebrated when the soldiers fighting Maoist terrorism have been killed. These are urban Naxal forces. These are the overground workers of Maoist terrorism. Today we celebrate with these men bravely fighting in the jungles of Central and South India, and we remember and we pay homage to all those who were killed in the Gadchiroli landmine blast, in the Sukma Bijapur ambush, in the Bijapur IED attack, in the Sukma IED attack, and the 2010 massacre of 76 CRPF Jawans in Dantewada. You see, viewers, these battles are fought far, far away from the urban centers. And therefore, there is a narrative which is put out which makes it look like the Indian state is fighting people who Arundhati Roy tried to call Gandhians with guns. Where are you today, Arundhati Roy? You don't have the courage? Come face me. Have a debate on this subject. And say to the people of this country today, are you still a supporter of Maoist terrorism? In fact, we must ask everyone today, are you, any of you, supporters of Maoist terrorism? And my challenge to the supporters of Maoist terrorism is that they do not hide in the cubby holes of some university faculty of social sciences, pretending to be working in the library when they are working against national interest. If you are an overground worker of a terrorist force, or you are a believer in a terrorist ideology, or you believe in armed insurrection against the Indian state, and if this gives you some kind of perverse pleasure, or even a false sense of significance, then I believe that you should be in jail, you should be in bars, you should not be a free person in this country, and this country should not be tolerant towards you. Because this long rope that has been given, this long rope, is detrimental to national interest. And the Congress won't like it, but when the Congress party was in power, there were people in the National Advisory Council. I want to know whether any of these people were soft towards what they saw as Gandhians with guns. Did they believe in the Arundhati Roy kind of perverse logic as well? When we speak the opposite point of view, when we tell them no, national interest first, then they try to threaten us. They say, we'll file lawsuits against you. When we put out groups like Nationalist Collective and we say no more will the tyranny of hypocritical political parties who are not for national interest continue anymore, they say, no, we will fight you with lawsuits. We will put you in jail. We will shut down Republic. We will target Arnab Goswami. We will put lawsuits against you. We will threaten you. First you answer my questions. I have so many questions. But today my basic question is, why have previous governments not done what Amit Shah and Narendra Modi are doing today? Is it not possible for one of the most powerful countries in the world to tackle urban Naxals or Maoist terror groups? No, it's because a long rope has been given. And today I commend and congratulate Amit Shah that every single day today, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is working hard to complete his determined promise, because it is very difficult to put timelines to such huge targets. But he has said, by March 31st, 2026, I will complete my elimination of Maoist terrorism. Now, this is the kind of purposeful, straight, target-oriented language the country needs to hear. So let me play what Amit Shah said.
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त। और मैं जो बोल रहा हूं, इसके पीछे नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार के 10 साल का परिश्रम, बारीक आयोजन, इनकी विकास की भूख संतोषने के लिए किए गए प्लानिंग और पैसों का आवंटन है। और सुरक्षा ग्रिड को एक भी जगह गैप न रह जाए, इस तरह से अपने पुख्ता।
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of focus that you need. That is leadership. It has been possible to do this. But the problem is you cannot end Maoist terrorism if the people who support Maoist terrorism are free. You're going to kill and eliminate and jail those people who are in the forest, but what about those in the campuses? What about those roaming around in a shopping mall next to you? What about the sleeper cells of Maoist terrorism? What about the ideologues of Maoist terrorism? What about the skeletal and financial structure of Maoist terrorism? What about the foreign support to Maoist terrorism? What about the people who say, oh, we have to be nuanced about it? Rubbish nuanced about it. There can be nothing nuanced about butchering 76 CRPF personnel in cold blood and then celebrating on a university campus saying, well done. It's a victory. You see, when these people have hot chai in a government-sponsored university and samosas and celebrate the butchering of CRPF personnel, my blood boils. Unfortunately, we are the generation, ladies and gentlemen, that has lived through that India and is now living through this India, and we say, thank God for that. You cannot be a Viksit Bharat where people on government funding and fellowship sit in a JNU campus having samosas and chai and celebrating the killing of our men in uniform. And then there will be people around them calling themselves professors or whatever in that age, saying that this is all our intellectual pursuit. This is not revolution, this is terrorism, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not call it by any other name when you butcher civilians, ambush soldiers, bomb schools and attack police stations. Because any ideology that needs improvised explosive devices instead of ideas has forfeited the right to be called political. It is lethal. It is terrorism. It is not political because from Dantewara to Sukma, these are landmines, ambushes, human shields, methods that align with the worst forms of Al-Qaeda terrorism, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how you people call Maoist revolutionaries or Gandhians with guns. They are not. It's like calling Osama bin Laden a disillusioned idealist. Ladies and gentlemen, these people are frauds. And they are weak frauds. Because they can't face us. They can't face the nationalists. Not anymore in this country. So they hunt around. They have small clubs. They meet over gin and tonic in their last decadent corners of Lutyens, Delhi or somewhere else. And they talk about changing the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this country will change when you end Maoist terrorism. As far as the Communist Party of India is concerned, I don't know, I hope this is not a right statement, but if it is, if D. Raja has indeed put it out, then I think we need to question what D. Raja is doing or what's gone wrong with him. He has put out a statement condemning the cold-blooded killing of a Maoist leader. What Maoist leader? How do you call a terrorist a leader? Which election has he fought? What is his mass support? He roams around with guns, he collects money, he has a good time, he terrorizes innocent people, he fights against the Indian state. He's not a leader, he's a terrorist. What's your language, Communist Party of India, if indeed you've done this? Because if you've done this, if you're supporting terrorism, then you need to face the questions of republic as well. I hope you will. I'm sure you'll have to. Ladies and gentlemen, let's resolve to finish Maoists. Let's debate.
On 21st of March this year, Union Home Minister Amit Shah made a promise to the nation.
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त। और मैं जो बोल रहा हूं, इसके पीछे नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार के 10 साल का परिश्रम, बारीक आयोजन, इनकी विकास की भूख संतोषने के लिए किए गए प्लानिंग और पैसों का आवंटन है। और सुरक्षा ग्रिड को एक भी जगह गैप न रह जाए, इस तरह से हमने पुख्ता किया है।
On Wednesday, the forces took a giant stride towards fulfilling that promise. Relentless in their pursuit and sensing blood, the forces eliminated 27 Maoists in a fierce encounter in the Narayanpur-Bijapur border of Chhattisgarh. Among the slain Maoists was a prized scalp. Basavaraju alias Nambala Keshava Rao, a top Maoist terrorist who attracted a bounty of 1 crore rupees, was eliminated in the encounter. While Amit Shah hailed the landmark achievement, Prime Minister Modi renewed his pledge to end red terror and set the course for peace and progress.
आज दिनांक 21 मई को प्रातः 7-8 बजे से अनेक बार डीआरजी टीम से माओवादी के बीच में मुठभेड़ हुई। मुठभेड़ के उपरांत इलाका का सर्चिंग के दौरान कुल 27 माओवादियों का डेड बॉडी बरामद की गई थी। इसमें सीपीए माओवादी जनरल सेक्रेटरी बसवराजू उर्फ बीआर दादा का डेड बॉडी भी शामिल है। मुठभेड़ स्थल से AK-47, SLR, इंसास, कार्बाइन एवं अन्य काफी बड़ी संख्या में आर्म्स अम्युनिशन भी बरामद की गए थे।
The operation stood out as a big personal victory for Amit Shah, as he has been resolute in his mission to root out red terror from the country. According to an official release, the number of Maoists killed till March this year stood at 90. Saluting the forces, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Dev Sai says that the state is on course to end red terror by the 31st of March 2026.
3 दिनों से नक्सली ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और जिसमें हमारे डीआरजी के जवान मुख्य रूप से लगे हुए हैं और अभी ऑपरेशन चल ही रहा है और हम अपने जवानों के साहस को नमन करते हैं। अच्छी सफलता लगातार मिल रही है।
As the forces inflict another heavy blow on Maoists, the gory run of red terror is about to end.
What a great day today. I would like to congratulate everyone, Sanju Verma, Ratan Sharda. I think we have with us Will Matthews. Congratulations, Mr. Matthews. Congratulations to C. Rajshekharan. Congratulations to Abid Mir Magami. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Raman Malik. Congratulations to all the people of the country for this fantastic victory and continuous victory. You see, Will Matthews, you are an advocate in the Supreme Court of India. I think this is the right way. It's very good. It's very quick. And it's very decisive. There's no time wasting out here. They'll all be killed. And once many of them are killed, many more actually surrender. And then many more give up arms. So 27 have been killed, which is great. But the important thing, Mr. Matthews, is that 54 have been arrested and 84 of these Maoists surrendered. The moment this happened, they're all surrendering now. So, I'm sure that you also would be very happy at this unprecedented victory against red terrorism. I'd like to start with your thoughts, Mr. Matthews.
Good evening, all. My first feeling is this: it is the primary duty of the state to protect the life, liberty, and property of its citizens at any cost. There is no doubt about that. Even I can go to the extent saying that in case of a conflict between the life of a citizen and the life of the country, life of the country matters. I mean, we the people of India. There is no dispute about that. At the same time, I have to say that there is a procedure established by law and rule of law that is also equally important. I'm saying so because to ensure that there are no cases of false implication. At the same time, we are not in a position to say how our brother, sister, BSF or police personnel who are fighting in the borders, what they should do or what they should not do. So my only concern is this: whatever in the best interest of the country, that is always appreciated, that is definitely welcome. At the same time, in the best interest of rule of law, given a chance, they should be caught live and they should face the trial, and they should be.
You are asking for rule of law for a terrorist.
How do you catch a lie?
You are asking for the rule of law for a terrorist. What rule of law does the terrorist follow?
10 guns and machine guns. How do you catch them alive? Can you please tell me? What should CRPF do? Put flowers on the tray, take them to Naxals and ask them to surrender? When they are using most lethal weapons, are you supposed to seek their surrender? Is it possible? Has it not been done? They have surrendered in hundreds, but they have surrendered on the will, not on the war front when the war against state is happening. That's not that when they surrender. Remember how the Congress leaders were killed in 2013? 27 top leaders simply killed from the root and nothing could be done. Remember 2010 when these same Naxals celebrated killing of the CRPF Jawans? So these people are bloodless people who kill innocents when they go to schools. They kill people who build roads, who build bridges. How do you solve the problem? Tell me.
No, Mr. Will Matthews, Mr. Matthews,
please come surrender because we are doing something good.
No, Mr. Matthews, the argument that you put here is that you should be compassionate, there should be rule of law, you should think about the human rights of these terrorists, you must take them to a court of law, make sure that taxpayers give them biryani, that they have a lovely time, and you can build a campaign for them. Now, I'm going to tell you something about this man who has been killed.
Kangaroo courts where innocent citizens are killed.
No, I'll tell you one example. Ratanji, this man, Basava Raja, in 2013, there was a Latehar ambush in Jharkhand. Will Matthews, listen to me, please. This man, a CRPF soldier was killed. This man, who you are defending, he cut open the stomach of the CRPF Jawan, and inside the belly of the CRPF Jawan, he put a photosensitive improvised explosive device, so that when rescue teams come, there will be another explosion and they will die. He cuts open the bodies of dead soldiers and puts bombs inside them. Are you understanding? Because you are a human rights lawyer, Will, right?
Yes.
Are you understanding? Yes. Are you understanding? So when you come and say, oh, we must treat him with respect, he is rule of law, what are you talking about?
What about citizens' rights?
What are you people talking? What do you people say? Will, what are you people on? Which world are you in? It's over. That country is over.
Question?
Yes. You want to ask me?
I will answer that question.
You want to answer my question? Yes, answer.
Number one. Yes, I will answer that. My point is this: every effort should be taken. It is not mandatory because rule of law is equally important. I'm on the point of supremacy of the Constitution.
Will you lead the delegation?
These are theoretical things.
As simple.
This does not. No. 1 minute. Okay. Ratan Shah. Okay, Ratan.
To get the surrender of the Naxals, please ask him.
No.
Simple question. Will he lead the delegation to get the surrender of the Naxals?
No, I put it more simply to him. Ratan Shah, the more simply. And everyone on, I'm coming to you, Sanju, I'm coming to everyone. This has got a long debate. You see, I follow the law, right? So I can ask for rule of law. 1 minute. Okay. You break the law, you break the law repeatedly and you say, my purpose is to break India. But when arrested, you cry uncle and you say, save me under rule of law, under the Constitution of India. But Sanju, these people don't believe in the Constitution of India at all. They don't believe in India. But they quote the laws of India when they are caught.
Exactly.
There's no logic here. Yeah.
Thank you. Arnab, first and foremost, I want to applaud your channel for actually discussing this topic because I think it's very important. The statement made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah that come 31st March 2026, Bharat will be Naxal free. I think this is a huge statement because don't forget, Arnab, the Naxalbari movement started originally from West Bengal in 1967. Now, between 1967 and 2014, for 47 long years, who was in power in India for the largest and longest time? It was the Congress party. The Congress, unfortunately, did not have the willpower or the courage of conviction to take head-on left-wing extremism. And very quickly, in 10 seconds, I will just reinforce this for the benefit of your audience. 2010, we had 447 Naxal-infested districts in India. 2013, that number was still at 329. Come 2017, Naxal-infested districts under the aegis of Prime Minister Modi fell sharply to 126. Come 2018, the number came down to 9090, 2021 70, and guess what? Today we have only 38 Naxal-infested districts, and the number of districts which are of special concern, those have fallen from more than 500 in the last 11 years to just 6. There are just 6 districts in India, primarily in Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, some parts of Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh, which are special areas of concern. So the Modi government has done a phenomenal job. In fact, I'm told that in the last 11 years, 8,000 Naxalites have surrendered. In the last 1 year, 294 Naxalites were neutralized, 1,100 were arrested, and in the last 1 year alone, 881 Naxalites voluntarily surrendered. So my simple point is this. We have taken Naxal violence head on. But Arnab, I want to tell you something. There are people who are now glorifying Basava Raju, alias Keshava Rao, who was neutralized today, along with 27 others. They are saying, oh, you know what? Basava Raju was a engineering student from REC Warangal. This is the same cabal which said Burhan Wani was a poor headmaster's son. This is the same cabal which said Yaqub Memon, who killed more than 257 people in the 1993 Mumbai blast, was a chartered accountant. This is the same cabal which glorified Osama bin Laden by saying, oh, you know, he was a renowned theologist. So my limited point is that Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, which were breeding grounds of left-wing extremism, thanks to the incompetence and the lack of political will on the Congress party's part to tackle Naxalite terror. Finally, the Modi government has done the needful. The Modi government ने वो कर दिखाया जो कांग्रेस पार्टी 4-5 दशकों तक, for 4 or 5 decades Congress had the chance and they closed their eyes. वो जो होते हैं ना गांधी जी के 3 बंदर, ना कुछ देखा, ना कुछ सुना, ना कुछ बोला. Congress was snoozing at the wheel, and I'm so glad we today decided that 31st March 2026 India will be Naxal-free Bharat. Kudos to Prime Minister Modi, kudos to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and kudos or not to the NIA. The NIA has done a brilliant job in identifying, tracking, and ensuring that our CRPF martyrs, their deaths are avenged. Don't forget, Basava Raju killed 76 people in 2010 in Dantewada. He killed 22 people in Sukma in 2022. He killed the TDP MLA Sarveshwara Rao in 2010. And these are, the Congress Darbari ecosystem who are still saying, why did we have to neutralize Basava Raju? Why did we have to kill those 27 Naxalites? Could we not just have arrested them? Could we not just have apprehended them? भाई साहब, जब दांतेवाड़ा में 76 सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को ये नक्सलियों ने गोली मार के हत्या कर दी, तब आप कहाँ थे? That time you did not talk about the law of the land. Today suddenly you feel that Basava Raju should not have been neutralized. Those 27 Naxalites should not have been killed. आपके पेट में नक्सलियों के लिए इतना दर्द क्यों है? आपके पेट में अर्बन नक्सलियों के लिए भी दर्द है, माओइस्ट के लिए भी दर्द है. सॉरी,
पहलगाम में कहां थे आप?
भाई साहब, दांतेवाड़ा में जब सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को मारा गया तब
जब कोटवा हुआ तब कहां थे आप? जब पांथाकोट हुआ तब कहां थे आप? जब पुलवामा हुआ तब कहां थे आप?
22 सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को उनको गोली मार के हत्या कर दी, तब आपके मुंह में क्या दही जम गया था? See, basically you are a radical Islamist. You don't believe in rule of the law. You don't believe in the constitution. You have a very convenient memory. Will you condemn your jihadi brothers responsible for the Pahalgam terror attack? Ji nahi. Your icons are Yaqub Memon. Your icons are Osama bin Laden. You say Burhan Wani should not have been neutralized. because he was a poor headmaster's son.
Okay, 1 minute. Sanju, I want to ask him one question. एक मिनट. ये जो चिल्ला रहे हैं इधर आबिद मीर मगामी. गुड इवनिंग आबिद, कैसे हो? ठीक हो ना? मैं तो सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ आपको.
बिल्कुल पूछ रहा हूँ.
अच्छी बात. आप एक बात बताओ, आप जो इतना बोल रहे हो, जब 2018 में सुकमा अटैक हुई थी वहां पे आप लोग कहाँ थे? गढ़चिरौली में लैंडमाइन ब्लास्ट हुई थी, आप लोग कहाँ थे? दांतेवाड़ा में आईडी ब्लास्ट हुई थी, आप लोग कहाँ थे?
आप बीजेपी की तरफ से बोल रहे हो?
जब आपके प्रधानमंत्री
आप बीजेपी की तरफ से
मैं अपनी तरफ से बोल रहा हूँ. मैं राष्ट्र की तरफ से मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
आप बीजेपी के
मैं नेशन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बोल रहा हूँ.
मुझे आप बताओ, पुलवामा में कहां थे? जब पांताकोट हुआ तब कहां थे? जब कठुआ हुआ तब कहां थे? और
बालाकोट के समय आप कहां थे? सबूत मांग रहे थे. सबूत मांग रहे थे उस समय. आज भी मांगो सबूत, देते हैं आपको सबूत. आपको सबूत चाहिए तो देते हैं आपको सबूत.
एक टीन की चद्दर के पीछे से पत्थर फेंकने वालों के साथ थे.
मुझे बताइए, अमित शाह जी ने कहा कि हम आजाद कश्मीर के लिए जान भी दे सकते हैं, पीओके के लिए, जब हमारी फौज सक्षम थी उसको.
आजाद कश्मीर का नाम क्यों लिया? आपको पीओके बोलो. पाकिस्तानी लैंग्वेज यूज कर रहे हो प्रोग्राम पे.
पाकिस्तान की रोटी खा.
पाकिस्तानी लैंग्वेज यूज कर रहे हो प्रोग्राम पे. किसकी आजाद कश्मीर
देते हो? पाकिस्तानी को
ठीक लैंग्वेज यूज करो.
पाकिस्तानी को
ठीक लैंग्वेज यूज करो. खबरदार.
प्लेटफॉर्म दे रहे हो. पाकिस्तानी को आप प्लेटफॉर्म दे रहे हो. आप भूल गए?
अभी देखो आबिद,
आपको पता है आपने
अभी देखो आबिद,
प्लेटफॉर्म दिया? आपको पता है 22 अप्रैल से आपने कितने पाकिस्तानी को प्लेटफॉर्म दिया? क्यों दिया? टीआरपी हासिल करने के लिए.
आप अभी पाकिस्तान प्रोपेगेंडा मेरे प्रोग्राम में क्यों करेंगे आबिद?
आपको किसने इजाजत
किस देश का पासपोर्ट है आपके पास? किस देश का पासपोर्ट है? किस देश का पासपोर्ट है आपके पास?
मुझे बताइए.
एक मिनट रमन एक मिनट. किस देश का पासपोर्ट है? Which country's passport do you carry? Raman 1 minute. Raman 1 minute. Raman 1 minute please. Raman volume down. Abid, which country's passport do you carry?
आपके पास कौन सा है?
Okay, I'll tell you. Now I'm answering you. I carry an Indian passport and I say I am an Indian first and then a Hindu. You also say I'm an Indian first and then a Muslim.
मैं आपको
I carry an Indian passport and I say I'm an Indian first and then a Hindu.
कश्मीर कहां पर है? कश्मीर कहां पर है?
No. You say no. I'm an Indian first. आप बोलिए I'm an Indian first.
कश्मीर कहां पर है?
Say I'm an Indian first.
आप मुझे बताइए कश्मीर.
Say I'm an Indian first.
आप मुझे बताइए कश्मीर कहां पर है?
You can't say I'm an Indian first.
ये तो बोलने की बात है.
No, भारत माता की जय छोड़िए. I'm saying, are you an Indian first or not? You're embarrassed to say I am an Indian first.
मैं कहां पर हूं?
You're so uncomfortable because I'm asking you to say I'm an Indian first.
नहीं, कश्मीर कहां पर है?
नहीं. When I say that you're an Indian first, you say it. No, I'm an Indian first.
आप मुंबई स्टूडियो में बैठे, मैं आपको बोलूंगा.
आप बैठ के पाकिस्तानी लैंग्वेज यूज कर रहे हैं वहां पे. मैं आपको छोड़ दूंगा.
मैं भी आपको छोड़ूंगा नहीं.
Anyway,
से कितने पाकिस्तानियों को प्लेटफॉर्म दिया? पहले आप इस बात का जवाब दीजिए.
जिहादी भाई साहब,
आपने पाकिस्तानियों को प्लेटफॉर्म दिया? जिहादी भाई साहब.
No, 1 minute. I 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I like to go to Ratan Sharda here for a moment. Sanju, 1 minute. Abid, listen to me now. Listen to me. No, 1 minute. मैं कहीं नहीं भाग रहा, मैं आपके सामने बैठा.
Asking you, why did you say Azad Kashmir?
No. I'm saying, why did you say Azad Kashmir?
Why did you say Azad Kashmir? Please tell me.
आप मुझे बताइए.
Ratan Sharda, you ask him directly.
यहाँ पाकिस्तानी पैनलिस्ट की जरूरत नहीं, आप खुद ही आजाद की बात कर रहे हो. बात नक्सलवाड़ी की और ये पहलगाम लेकर आते हो, उस पे गवर्नमेंट ने एक्शन लिया तब आपको तकलीफ, एक्शन रोका तब आपको तकलीफ. आपको बेसिकली टेररिस्ट के ऊपर एक्शन है तो आपको तकलीफ है. आप क्या कंपेयर कर रहे हो? आप नक्सलवाड़ी को कश्मीर से कंपेयर कर रहे हो. आप वहां के वायलेंस को कश्मीर के फॉरेन टेररिस्ट से मुकाबला कर रहे हो. आप कहना क्या चाहते हो? आपसे पूछा क्या आप माओइस्ट के खत्म होने पर खुश है कि दुखी है? साफ दिख रहा है कि आप दुखी हो कि नक्सल खत्म हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपकी यूपीए गौर के अंदर, आपके एनएसी के अंदर उनके प्रेमी उस कमिटी में थे. आपके लोगों के समय आपके नेता मारे गए, तब भी आपने मुंह नहीं खोला। जब महेंद्र कर्मा मारा गया, कांग्रेस का लीडर सल्ला जुड़ूम का, तब भी आप नहीं बोले।
बिरयानी खाने कौन गए थे?
अपने प्रांत में, अपने स्टेट में आपके लीडर मारे जाते हैं तो आपका प्रेम लेफ्ट के लिए उमड़ता है, आपका प्लेन माउस के लिए उमड़ता है। आप पीछे पहलगाम को लाके उसको डिलीट करना चाहते हो, क्योंकि आपका दुख है कि माउस मरे क्यों, क्योंकि सब जगह आप उनके साथ खड़े हो। जेएनयू में राहुल गांधी उनके साथ खड़ा है, आपके जामिया मिलिया में उनके साथ खड़ा है। वही लोग जो बोलते हैं देश के टुकड़े हो, इंशाल्लाह उनके साथ आप खड़े हो। आपको नक्सलबाड़ी, उनके नक्सलों की मौत पे गम क्या हो रहा है? आप नक्सलबाड़ी में वायलेंस सही है कि गलत जो हो रहा है? लोग इनोसेंट मारे जा रहे हैं। हमको पता है 4000 इनोसेंट सिविलियन मारे गए 2000 से 2024 में। आपको पता है 2500 सिक्योरिटी के लोग मारे गए। यहाँ पर नक्सल के एरिया में आपका खून नहीं जलता, आपका मन नहीं रोता। सिविलियन मारे जाते हैं, आपका मन नहीं रोता। सिक्योरिटी वाले मारे जाते, मन नहीं रोता। आज अगर माइस मरे, आज आपकी छाती पीट रहे हो, आंसू बहा रहे हो। कैसा आपका दिल है कि आपके नागरिक के लिए नहीं रोता? आपका दिल इसलिए नहीं रोया कि पहलगाम में टेररिस्टों ने हिंदुओं को मारा। आपका दिल इसलिए रोया कि भारत ने पाकिस्तान पे हमला किया, इसलिए आपको आजाद कश्मीर याद आ रहा है। कहा कि कौन सी लॉजिक लेकर आए हैं आप? बात करिए, आप नक्सल के लोगों के मारे जाने के साथ हो या नहीं हो? आप इसका जवाब दो। आप खुशी मनाओगे सीआरपीएफ मरे तब, आप खुशी मनाओगे नक्सल मारे तब? बताइए।
नहीं, मसूद अजहर को किसने
कश्मीर को फिर मत लाइए बीच बीच में। आज नक्सल की बात हो रही है, नक्सल की बात करिए।
क्यों नहीं?
जो सब्जेक्ट होता है उसको छोड़िए मत। अगर दम है आप में तो नक्सल के लोगों की जो वायलेंस का अंत हो रहा है उसके बारे में बोलिए।
I want to make one more point. Ratan Sharda, I want to make one more point, please. I want to make one more point, and then can you all just give me 30 seconds to focus on this part of the debate?
Don't deviate the debate.
Just 1 minute. I want 30 seconds to focus on the right part of the debate. I have great faith in the leadership of our government. I have great faith in the intent of the Home Minister Amit Shah. And what we need to understand that we must all be happy because a lot of groups will be finished now. I'll tell you a list of groups which will be finished. Overground workers of terrorists in Kashmir and elsewhere in the country. Their homes will be bombed, demolished, they'll be finished, they'll be jailed, they will have nowhere to go. They have made so much money by being overground workers, इनकी हिम्मत नहीं होगी बाहर आने की. Secondly, all sleeper cells of terrorists will be finished. All urban Naxals and their supporters in universities will have to hide. The Tukre gang will have nowhere to go. Sarjil Imam types, Chicken's Neck belongs to Muslims and all that. These radical Islamist groups will be finished. FCRA frauds, that is NGOs surviving on FCRA money, FCRA fraud club will be finished. The dirty NGOs group, the Antinational YouTubers, the Maoists, the pro-Pakistan groups and the PFI surrogates, all will be finished. Only then, Abid, will India become great. Right? India has to become great. इन सबको खत्म करना पड़ेगा और खत्म हो जाएंगे अभी, बस चंद महीनों की बात है. उसके बाद जितना रोना धोना आप लोगों को करना है, आपको करना है, आप करिए, नो प्रॉब्लम. But we'll be great. और by the way, इसके साथ साथ जो गजवाए हिंद ग्रुप है, they are also going to go. So we have to unite the country.
ये तो नोटबंदी के टाइम भी बोला गया कि आतंकवाद
this is हो जाएगा ना.
कहां से आए?
आप नहीं चाहते? Why are you unhappy?
मैं तो चाहता हूं.
Raman. I want to bring Raman in. Raman, I'm not understanding why he's unhappy. We should celebrate today, shouldn't we? But I'm showing to you people who are unhappy with the present situation.
I have very limited points. I do not want.
Okay, I'll just get Rajshekaran and Raman and Sanju. After that, I'm coming back to you.
I am just trying to put on why these 10 points make this total approach of Amit Shah totally different. One, Sanju has already explained the number of districts which have gone down and the number of deaths which have gone down. Those have been there. It's a high impact operation. The fact is, in 2024, 287 Naxals were killed, 1,000 were arrested, 837 again were, they gave themselves over. Then the most important point, in today's operation, it was about 1.72 crore rupees of prize money on these Naxals which were killed today. The leadership is being neutralized.
Package the
development focus is on 11,503 kilometers of roads, 2,343 mobile towers, about 4,000 crore rupees plus have been used, 15,000 houses have been built. You know, all these tribal people are getting what they wanted and why there was discontent. On that, security boost is there. Major things are being done. Surrender success is continuing in Bilaspur, in other areas, in Sukma, all those things.
I'm just saying 1 minute. I'm just saying here one point which I'm making. Just give me a moment. When I'm saying that OGW sleeper cells will be finished, FCRA frauds, dirty NGOs, anti-national YouTubers, Maoist, Pro-Pak group, PFI surrogates, I mean their businesses will be finished. Their businesses will be finished. They may be there. They have every right to live where they want to. But their businesses will now be finished. And then the country will be strong.
You cannot see this operation exclusive of Operation Sindoor now. After Operation Sindoor, agar aap isko aur Operation Sindoor ko alag karke dekhenge, it would be a foolishness, because whenever the important time will come, these sleeper cells will
get activated
and start hurting you from the inside.
And these groups
Amit Shah ji has done. It is a wonderful process. We must understand this point. General Rawat was very clear. This 0.5 enemy, which is there, the 0.5 front. Now it is 3.5. Bangladesh is also there. So this 0.5 front has to be eliminated at whatever cost it is. As a citizen of India, to damn with any human rights. To damn with human rights. Because if my country is not there, I am not there. Human rights are not there. Constitution is not
क्यों
there.
हमारे देश की आर्मी को रोका गया? क्यों सीजफायर किया गया? अगर हमारी आर्मी सक्षम थी पीओके को हासिल करने के लिए, क्यों सीजफायर किया गया? क्यों डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के कहने पे सीजफायर किया? क्यों सिंदूर के ट्रेड के नाम पे सीजफायर किया गया? बीजेपी से जवाब.
You stop using the word Azad Kashmir. First, start using the term POK. Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Use the term POK. Azad Kashmir का term use करना बंद करो. You speak the language of Pakistan. You speak the language of a radical Islamist. You speak the language of a jihadi. And you're sitting and giving lectures to the Modi government. थोड़ी शर्म आती है या नहीं? Stop talking from the playbook of Asim Munir. पाकिस्तान का नैरेटिव यहाँ पर इंडियन टेलीविजन चैनल पर पेडल करना बंद करो. आपकी औकात नहीं है कि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार से कोई सवाल पूछ सको. You're a radical jihadi. You scratch a radical and a jihadi like you emerges from the closet. भारत माता की जय बोलने में आपको शर्म आती है. वंदे मातरम बोलने में आपको शर्म आती है. जय हिंद बोलने में आपको शर्म आती है. जनगण मन गाने में आपको शर्म आती है. You are the same lot which said that Kashmir is not a part of India. You are the same lot which had a problem when we said एक देश में एक निशान और एक संविधान होगा. You are the same lot which had a problem when we abrogated Article 370. You are the same lot which had a problem when 3 years back we unfurled the national tricolor at the Lal Chowk in Srinagar. इसलिए यहाँ बैठकर बुरहान वानी के सिंपथाइजर, याकूब मेमन के सिंपथाइजर, ओसामा बिन लादेन के सिंपथाइजर बीजेपी को नैतिकता का भाषण देना बंद करो. We don't need certificates in nationalism from jihadis like you. Arnab, I want to make a separate point. I don't want to debate with this illiterate. I don't know why you keep getting these illiterates on your panel. Why do you get these jihadis on your panel? अंग्रेजी बोलनी आती नहीं तो हिंदी में बात करो ना. 2 शब्द अंग्रेजी के तो आप बोल नहीं पाते हो भाई साहब.
वक्तों को ज्यादा समझ नहीं
आती. तो फिर शांत रहिए. And don't you dare use gobar bhakt. Don't you dare use
gobar bhakt or andbhakt.
Don't you dare use derogatory language. औकात में रहिए भाई साहब. औकात में रहिए. आप तो 72 हूरों के पास जाएंगे ना. आपकी आसमानी किताब में लिखा है कि अर्थ इज फ्लैट. आपकी आसमानी किताब बोलती है अर्थ इज फ्लैट. आप तो 72 हूरों के पास जाएंगे ना सिंदूर में. You believe in flying horses. You believe in flying camels. Your holy book says you will. अरे भाई साहब शांत हो जाओ. Stop using derogatory language. Or now can I come back to the main topic?
आतंकवाद कहाँ से पैदा
Can I come back to the main topic, or do I have to?
No, I think we need to go discuss what's happening with these bloodthirsty Maoist terrorists. I think these are all obfuscatory tactics. I want to bring Rajshekharan in, and I want to discuss the real issue out here. The real issue is, it is not easy to fight Maoist terrorism. We need the country to come together. What is Amit Shah doing? What is Narendra Modi doing? They are saying we are going to fight both the enemy outside and the enemy within. And this is going to be a very interesting phase of this fight. And I believe Rajshekharan and all of us in the country must come together and build some kind of national consensus. Whatever we need to do, we have to do. If we have to unleash the army, we unleash the army. If we have to book all the people who do the propaganda, if we have to have an operation all out against the Maoists, then we have to do it. There is no other way. You know, how did, in America, for example, how was the Ku Klux Klan eliminated? How was it eliminated?
You always get these.
Rajshekharan.
I just want to congratulate the NIA for
audio back.
That is different.
Audio is really bad. I'll get your audio back and come back to you. Will, do you believe that, you know, the kind of time that you have had as an advocate, maybe making these claims and supporting terrorists is now a fact thing of the past, you know? We find it very interesting that you use human rights language for people who bomb schools and butcher civilians. But, Will, there's no buy-in for that anymore. This is very 1980s, 1990s kind of argument. Today we have very strong internal security doctrine. There are going to be no buyers for this logic that you're presenting today. I don't think even in courts you're going to have any buyers for this.
Well, if I have got any bias, it is favoring the constitution only for sure, number one.
Okay, secondly, I want to ask you something. Will, recruiting child soldiers, how is it constitutional? Recruiting child soldiers and telling them how to bomb people, teaching them how to kill people, how is that constitutional?
About that, my answer is this: I will be the last person to support terrorism in any form.
Okay.
Secondly,
but you will not support terrorism, but you will support terrorists.
I never.
You won't support their actions, but you will support them.
Never. My only point is on the procedure.
So tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. If you, since you're talking about procedure, do you believe,
enlighten us.
do you believe, Will, that the procedure the Americans used to kill Osama was wrong?
Because the point is this.
No, answer the question. Will, I caught you. Will, listen. Will, listen. I've caught you really bad today. My question is very simple. Do you believe that the procedure used by America, by the CIA to kill Osama bin Laden was wrong?
Whatever I know is from the news. If I have definite information,
No, 1 minute. Don't avoid the question, Will.
No.
Don't avoid the question, Will. Osama is dead. But do you believe that the Americans who went into Abbottabad in an Apache plane and killed him right there, you know, point blank, killed him, tuck, finished, took his body and dumped it into the sea? Do you think they did a wrong thing?
Sir, without having definite knowledge about the facts.
Yeah, avoiding the question, Will. Avoiding the question, Will.
Not at all.
Avoiding the question. Ratan Shah, avoid. No.
Not at all.
Avoiding the question.
One thing more. I want to say something more. Terrorism is an issue that should be addressed.
What is this argument? It makes no sense to me.
No, please tell me, sir. You give me the procedure. You give me constitutional procedure. How to nab a Naxal terrorist. How to get him to surrender his arms when he's firing bombs at you, firing guns at him. Please give me the procedure. You're a constitutional lawyer. Give me the constitutional methodology. When I am being killed, what should I do? They didn't kill him in the dark. They were attacked and they were killed. So tell me the procedure, please.
No, frankly speaking, I don't know exactly what happened there.
Oh,
as a lawyer,
you don't know procedure. You don't know what happened. You don't know there is a fight, direct fight between police, and CRPF, and the Naxals. You don't know that. Why you are talking about here the human rights and constitutional rights?
Because
you talk of procedure. You don't know any encounter which happened all these years. Are you not aware of how the Congress leader was killed?
No, as a lawyer, there must be logic. I mean, there is no law without logic.
What are you talking about? Please.
As a lawyer, if I am making a comment,
all these years,
I want to make
you on the debate. You either say
as
that
a lawyer,
the killing of the politicians was wrong, killing of Mahinder Karma was wrong, killing of CRP was wrong. First admit that. Then come to the next stage. How to stop it? Please come with us. Tell the government what is the procedure to...
Yeah.
Can I start?
Give the procedure.
My point is this.
Tell the procedure then if you don't know.
I will say.
You
please permit me to say. Please permit me to say, sir. I will say. First thing is this. As a lawyer, I am bound to say, based on definite information, definite evidence. That is a procedure. Because just on hearsay, I cannot make a comment. But as far as terrorism is concerned,
let
me complete. It is a global issue.
Not on the villagers.
It is a global issue.
We have killed them.
We have to address it globally.
Will. I want to ask you something, Will. Your party, which you support, which is the Communist Party of India, and you know D. Raja, I know D. Raja. Okay? And you support the Communist Party of India. You have every right to have your political leanings as an advocate. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm sorry, I'm totally neutral. If I have got any kind of allegiance, that is to the Constitution only. Definitely only for the Constitution. Nothing more.
Okay.
Please don't.
Okay, then let me ask you this. The party called the Communist Party of India, which you say you are not a member of or have any affiliation with, has called the killing of the Maoist terrorist an extrajudicial action carried out under the guise of counter-insurgency operations. Do you agree with this view?
Only they can say. I cannot say anything, any comment on that.
So you support...
Can you comment the past acts of the Naxals?
Okay, so here's... Since this is a... 1 minute. Let me understand what you're saying, Will. You're saying that if there are 10 terrorists in front of you and terrorists who cut the stomachs of dead people and put bombs in them, these people have their guns pointed at you, you should go with the Constitution in one hand and you should say, I'll also give you my cheek, slap me and take the Constitution, let's talk.
Put another bomb on me.
This is your procedure?
I never said so.
Explain the procedure. How would you react to that situation?
No. Every effort should be taken.
No, effort? What effort?
That's my point.
Please
every
explain.
efforts. I'm repeating.
What effort, Baba? These are killers, terrorists, rapists, extortionists.
You look at the screen on your side. See
because
what
we cannot say.
So, Sanju.
If you can't say anything, then why are you debating, sir?
Sanju.
You know, Arnab, I want to just say one thing to you. Do you remember the Bhima Koregaon incident in 2017? You know, when that Yelgar Parishad event was held, it was basically with a intent to assassinate the then, and the current Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And I clearly remember, from Akar Patel to Arundhati Roy to Kanhaiya Kumar, this entire gang which says, Afzal hum sharminda hai, tere qatil zinda hai, inshallah. This entire Afzal Premi gang, they shed copious tears at the death of Stan Swami. Till today, the Afzal Premi Naxalite gang has not condemned Sudha Bhardwaj, who's an accused in the Yelgar Parishad incident. They have not condemned Sudhir Dhawale, who's an accused, Surendra Gadling, who's an accused, Varnan Gonzalez, who's an accused, Varavara Rao, who's an accused, Arun Ferreira, who's an accused, Gautam Navlakha, who's an accused, Anand Teltumbre, who's an accused, Mahesh Raut, who's an accused, and accused for what? Accused for a plot to assassinate Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The likes of Akar Patel dismissed it as a conspiracy. Arundhati Roy, who says India occupied Kashmir, said the Yelgar Parishad was a peaceful event and had no plans to assassinate Prime Minister Modi. This is the same lot which actually today is shedding copious tears at the fact that Basava Raju has been neutralized.
I think the operational word is decisive. And the Congress government was not decisive. And Manmohan Singh, the friend of Yasin Malik, did nothing to tackle the problem of Maoist terrorism, which he called the greatest internal security problem of the country. So, as far as this issue is concerned, he was an absolute failure. You have the Modi government, which is working very hard. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stop being politically correct on terrorism. Let all the sleeper cells and their members be identified. And I want to go to a breaking news story before I close today, which is a Srinagar-bound Indigo flight. We have some dramatic visuals. Indigo flight. More than 220 people on board. Such huge turbulence mid-air that the pilot had to report emergency to air traffic control. Is the ambience on these audio as well? Listen to this is the kind of turbulence that there was on the Indigo flight today. Ladies and gentlemen, one more video. It's a really scary situation inside that Delhi-Srinagar flight. And I want to see such a bad damage that the nose of the plane came off. It was such a terrible situation. The nose of the plane has fallen off. We do not have complete explanation from video on how this happened. How can the nose of a plane fall off because of turbulence? And what is the advanced information that airlines know about turbulent situations as far as weather? We have such advanced warning systems on weather, and we are told these are very stable planes. What is Indigo doing? The DGCA has also ordered an investigation against Indigo, and Indigo is just doing a lot of PR these days, talking about how great they are. They really owe the people of the country an explanation. The plane's nose falls off because of turbulence. Do the passengers of this country not deserve an answer from Indigo, from the air traffic controller, from the civil aviation authorities? Ladies and gentlemen, the most worrisome story of the day. What happened to Indigo Airlines? I hope the Indigo CEO talks about that and doesn't just keep making PR noises at opportune times. Ladies and gentlemen, story we are tracking tonight. This is Republic. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
India taught a tough lesson to Pakistan through Operation Sindoor, and Operation Sindoor was a surprise to Pakistan. However, after the Pahalgam attack, they continuously tried to post fire through small guns at this forward post where I'm reporting from. This is one of the toughest forward posts along the line of control where I'm reporting from, and this place where I'm standing is the tunnel bunker, which can also be seen as the defense preparedness from the side of the Indian Army. After the Pahalgam attack, such tunnel bunkers were made for the safeguarding of the Indian Army Jawans, for our frontline warriors. When the shelling was dropped from the side of Pakistan, through this tunnel bunker, the front warriors also navigated and went.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Frankly, in hindsight, we let Pakistan off the hook. I think we were too kind in giving it a pause in operations. I'm sure it will go running to China to try and make up its losses, running to Turkey to try and make up its losses as fast as possible and free of cost, and whatever $2 billion it has got from the IMF will all go to China and Turkey to buy more missiles, buy more drones, etc., etc. And the task is crystal clear for us. Thank God we have not called off Operation Sindoor, we've only paused it. We need to utilize this pause to increase our defense budget to 2.5 to 3% of our GDP. Somehow we've been only keen to economize on defense. I think this economy can be very costly on the battlefield. We need to open our coffers now and at least.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, big trouble for the Samajwadi Party politician turned so-called professor at Ashoka University. Really gets pulled up despite all the support of the Tukre gang. 8:30 p.m. tonight, another top Congress leader criticizes Operation Sindoor. He says it's Thodi Si activity. Congress party out of sync with the sentiment of people in the country. And at 9 p.m. tonight, the biggest story of the day, Amit Shah's steadfast promise that he made in Parliament is happening. The biggest terrorist leader of the CPI Maoist has been killed. The end of Red Terror is now near. Ladies and gentlemen, at the start, I want to say that I know the reason you like my program and the reason you watch me is because I talk about the things that the Lutyens media will not talk. I talk about the things that the Tukre brigade will not talk. And therefore, you would remember I was the only one, ladies and gentlemen, who criticized the views of the so-called associate professor at Ashoka University when he said that Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army, who led the press conferences during Operation Sindoor, that her presence was mere optics. And he had run down the presence of a Muslim woman officer from the Indian Army about whom we are so proud. He ran her down and in a misogynistic way tried to say that if a woman is there in a press conference of the Indian Army, and that also if the woman happens to be a Muslim woman wearing an Indian Army uniform, then she's there only for optics. This was insulting not just to Colonel Sophia Qureshi, it was insulting to the Muslim community, it was insulting to the Indian Army. It was an attempt in a time of war by this malevolent professor to drive a religious wedge within our armed forces. And what can be worse than that? What can be more terrible than that, and opportunistic than that, and political than that, to try and divide the Indian Army on religious lines? And ladies and gentlemen, at that time, a lot of free speech activists came out and said, why is Arnab criticizing what the professor has said? Has Arnab not heard about freedom of expression? Of course I have. Of course I have. But I believe that if you're not a nationalist, you should not be a journalist. And that's my view. And my view is that you can have freedom of expression, but that does not mean you can abuse the nation. And those people who constantly keep quoting freedom of expression, 19(1)(a), and say that, oh, this allows us to say what we want, have been told by the Supreme Court today, no less, in its strong observations against this Professor Ali Khan Mahmoodabad, that you cannot say anything against the nation, you can't dog whistle a community, and then say that it's free speech. The most important thing which the Supreme Court has said, it's not about this man's passport having been held back, or the fact that he'll now be subject to an investigation by a special investigation team. I'm not thrilled about the procedure. What I'm thrilled about tonight is that the court has said that free speech must be used with patriotic responsibility. The court has said, and I quote, you should know what is happening. There is a right to free speech where is the duty? The basic question the court is asking is, you have a right to free speech, but where is your duty? You can't say, I have free speech to abuse the country. I have free speech to invite Pakistanis to abuse the country when we are bombing Bahawalpur. You can't say that. I have this free speech to sell my country's national interest. I have my free speech to abuse it to a point where a journalist on my country's soil gets praised by Hafiz Saeed. You can't say I have free speech and rights to sit and watch cricket with Dawood Ibrahim and then say, that's my free right too in a democracy. So you want to have all the rights, but you do not want to have any of the responsibilities. And that is not just a travesty of facts. It is ill-intention, ladies and gentlemen. Ill-intention that is ill-advised. And which is why, look at what the court says. There is a right to free speech, but where is the duty? As if the whole country for the last 75 years is only distributing rights and no duty. The fundamental rights also say there is a duty of every citizen to uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India. That is clearly mentioned, 51A. And if you cannot work for the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India and you want to sit on a very plush campus of Ashoka University, teaching a very entitled group of students how to speak against the country, how to violate national interest, how to speak against the interests of the tricolor and the armed forces, and then say, I am professing peace. And I'm a professor of peace. You're not. You're a professor of opportunism. You're a professor of personal convenience. And I do not think that's being a professor at all. Now I say once again to the Ashoka University founders, owners, shareholders, investors and supporters, listen to me. See what was said by the Supreme Court today. I ask you today, Ashoka University, what is your responsibility? You want to look away? You want to believe this did not happen in your campus? Or is it that you just don't care about the country? If you do, if you care about the country, then create a campus in which not one anti-national word will be said. And this should also be a message to all campuses across the country. Have all the free speech you want, but not at the cost of national interest. No more Tukde Tukde Brigade. No more Bharat Tere Tukde Honge. No more of the kind of nonsense that Ali Khan Mahmoodabad said. Let's debate.
On May 18, 2025, Ali Khan Mahmoodabad, the controversial professor of Ashoka University, was arrested for making comments on Operation Sindoor. In his now deleted social media post, the controversial professor described the media briefings by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Vomika Singh as optics, further claiming that optics must translate to reality on the ground, otherwise it's just hypocrisy. Haryana Women's Commission alleged